Hello, 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 and welcome, Epic Understanding family. We have another fabulous episode, but I have to tell you, this is a live show and we plan for things and we want things to go a certain way, but the reality is sometimes everything doesn't always pan out. But through the magic and the fortitude of our Loveland family, our sister family over at the Fact Chamber, our wonderful partners at the Brown Pundits, I have a multitude of wisdom here for you. And I'm just very proud to bring everybody up. First, let me bring up Mr. Super Producer. Hello, Mr. Pelu. How are you?
Yeah, hello, Coach Love. Hello, Coach Love. Glad to be here. Yes, things don't work out as we always wanted. I'm the producer for this show, but unfortunately, the show we had ready for you couldn't come out because of some unfortunate news. Our wonderful guest who just blew us away. His name was Abhijit Iyer, who came last time for part one that we're reviewing today. Unfortunately, some things happened, and he's ended up in the hospital, and he said he needs surgery. I don't know exactly what. I didn't want to get all in this business, but eh, um, everybody keep him in your prayers and your thoughts. He was a blast. And if you didn't watch part one yet, go back and watch part one and see who we're talking about. He was a blast. And I hope he said whatever he's going through is not serious, but he's still in surgery. But I just hope he makes a speedy recovery. And I'm praying for him and everybody. And this review is dedicated to the prayer in his thoughts for our prayers of our prayers for him to get well soon. Yeah.
100%. Our prayers are with Abu Jet. Know that we are thinking about you and we're appreciating you. And next, I have let's pop up. Oh Blue, how you doing? Oh Blue, you were on the first episode of Blood Brothers.
I was, and I second the appraisal of the guest who cannot be here because Abhijit did a great job, and I was really looking forward to hearing from him again. So that's sad, but we'll carry on as best we can. I hope he gets better soon.
I'm praying so as well. Now we have an amazing man, Omar. Hello from Brown Pundits. Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, good evening. Uh, I,
Good
uh,
evening. Good evening.
I have no
You
idea what I can contribute here, but I will check it out.
well, isn't it?
Yeah,
Isn't it interesting that he's being modest? Be careful about this gentleman. He's going to blow you away. But wait, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to continue to play it down like he is. All righty. Hello, Stanley. How are you? Family Stanley is from the Fact
I'm,
Chamber community.
I'm good.
Would you say that Stanley is a historian?
No,
What would you say? What would
I'm
you call
not.
Stanley?
Just an old man who reads books.
Okay, an old man who reads books. We'll go for that. Hello, Steve. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Now, as I understand it, you are a resident of both the Fact Chamber and Loveland. So you must be really
I am.
amazing.
And critical African thinkers.
And critical African thinkers as well. And I believe that you call yourself a bibliophile.
I am. I am. I like
And
to
there's
read.
another
Like
name you
Stanley,
call
I'm an
yourself.
old man that likes to read.
An old man that likes to read. What's the other name you call yourself?
My YouTube channel is called the Shade Tree Intellectual. Oh, I'm
Uh-huh.
a bibliophile and autodidact, meaning I
There you go. There you go.
passionate
That's
about learning, and I do it frequently on my own.
awesome. Awesome. And here is a new voice for me. Voice of Freedom. I'm sorry, Voice of Free America. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Eh, can't really complain, but who'd listen to me if I did?
Well, we are not here to listen to you complain, but we are here to listen to your brilliance and your thoughts about the war in Ukraine. All
yes,
right.
yeah, Voice of Free America. He's also a fact chamber member. I mean, I don't want to get into all that right now, but yes, he's we part of our community. He's my good friend, and I personally invited him to come over. He's a military vet, but and also he's a background of half Native American descent, and that's like not a lot of people really meet like authentic Native Americans. So I'm glad that I have an authentic Native American in America that I could always talk to. So Voice of Free America, he's a very special person to me.
Excellent, excellent, and welcome to the side chat. We are glad that you are here. And so, oh, Mr. Pelu jumped off. I'm going to start with Steve. Haven't seen you in a while, Steve. Aha, see you're up. You see how that worked?
Yeah.
Well, that's what you get for having an extremely clear picture. How about that?
I'll take it.
Did you watch Blood Brothers, the first episode?
I did. I watched the whole thing.
You watched that? Yeah. And can you give me a little bit about what jumped out at you, please?
What was the name of the guest from Brown Pundits?
Abu
What was
Jet.
his name?
Abu
Abu
Jet.
Jet?
Omar. Okay, yeah.
No. Abu Jet was last time. I mean, Abu Jet is like affiliated, but he didn't really come from Blind Pundits. He was just a guy. He was a guy we knew. But he was not necessarily. But shout out Broad Pundits, because now with this episode and going forward, like this episode, we're making it in conjunction with Broad Pundits. So shout out Broad Pundits. Shout out Ms. Omar Lee for coming. I never got to meet you yet, but I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came, Miss Omar. I missed the Pelu on the part. I know you probably heard of me through our connections, and I'm glad you came to the production. I just want to give myself a formal introduction to you because I never had that introduction. Anyway, take it away, Steve.
Yeah, I really liked Abhijit. I really loved his critique of the relationships between Russia and India and China, and a lot of the history in that local area, which was really interesting for me to view, because I've a lot of my reading has been primarily, like, I love Russian literature, so Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Solzhenitsyn, a bunch of other different Russian authors, Gogol, Pushkin, just a bunch of different Russian. I don't know why I've always had a passion for Russian literature, but I have. I mean, even my sixth grade world report was on Soviet Russia. And so it's just been a weird fascination that I've always had. So I really enjoyed hearing the conversation. And Ukraine is something that I've been intentionally not watching much of. And
Oh, wow.
the reason why is because it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like watching your friend get their butt beat and there's nothing you can do about it. And it's a really sad and unfortunate event that Putin has cast upon the people of Ukraine. And Ukraine and Russia have not exactly had the best of relationships.
Mm-hmm.
The dekulakization of Ukraine, the famine that caused, and when they did kill half of the people in Ukraine, they displaced native Russians into Ukraine. That's why half of Ukraine speaks Russian, is because of that history. And that's why I believe Putin has such an interest in Ukraine. I have my concerns about NATO, but honestly, I think like you guys were saying, Putin wants to get the band back together, and I feel for him. It's just really hard to watch.
Does anyone take the position that Putin actually has a right to colonize Ukraine? Does anyone in the panel take that position?
I do.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay, basically, number one, to be honest with you, Putin's been trying to drive out the corruption in Russia. He did not want to have a part of the Ukraine, but there's too much that the Ukraine is doing with Joe Biden and our freaking corrupt government here in the U.S. I mean, we've got biolabs in the Ukraine. We're trying to pressure the Ukraine to join NATO, in which you've got to remember, back in the late 90s and 2000s, Russia tried to join NATO. The U.S. refused to let them join, refused to give them entry, and now we're trying to push NATO right onto their doorstep. And then on top of that, you've got the fact that the ethnic Ukrainians, or the ethnic Russian Ukrainians, I should say, have been wanting to go back to Russia. They've been wanting to become a part of Russia again, but the Ukraine has literally pressed them in their efforts to try to go back home. I mean, haven't you guys heard about how the Ukraine literally sealed their borders to the ethnic Russians even before Chechnya? Back when they were first saying, we want to go home, this country's corrupt, we don't want to have to freaking slave for Burisma, they got blown off. The borders were sealed to them. Their bank accounts were frozen even before Chechnya declared its independence from the Ukraine.
Mm.
And
I'm going to put you on pause, Voice of America, just for a moment. Not that I don't want to hear you, but Omar is shaking his head, and I want to see what this motion is about.
Oh no, I was just saying that some of those things don't strike me as correct. Ukraine was the one trying to join NATO more than NATO trying to get them in. In fact, NATO was quite resistant to getting them in at this point, at least. And in any case, there was the bottom line is that there is a nation state recognized borders internationally, recognized even by Russia itself. But the Russians were sort of okay with it as long as they had their puppet regimes in Ukraine. But when their puppet regime got overthrown, they feel that since Ukraine is sort of their backyard, they should get to make all the decisions there. You can argue that this is how great powers behave. This is how America would behave if China was making Mexico a colony. People make all these arguments. Well, in that case, you still have the same situation. It means that they are not doing anything sort of moral or good. They're doing what great powers have done to smaller countries. And it's an act of war is still an act of war. And if the Ukrainians were in NATO, they would not have been attacked now. So maybe they should have been already. But in any case, those are all arguments. People will have endless argument about this. I'm not an expert on Ukraine and don't want to get too much into it, but it did strike me as being somewhat off.
I see. Oh, Blue said he has something to say about that.
Oh, I think Omar did a great job of dispelling the part about NATO trying to force itself on Ukraine, and really, I'm quite surprised at the opinions that were expressed, because, I mean, that's an unusual viewpoint for, I think, an American to have, a Westerner to have at this point in time. So it's interesting, fascinating, but I found none of the contentions to actually be true. The facts, quote unquote facts that were asserted are not accurate. And as far as, like, for instance, the biolabs, which are one of the latest, ways of saying that we are somehow complicit in this, that we were trying to set up some kind of biological warfare capability on Russia's doorstep. A quick Google of the topic will show that there are stories about this that were open source, that were press releases by pharmaceutical industry groups and things like that. There was actually a group that was formed in Europe, pharmaceutical companies, who had a special project to try to assist the Ukrainian pharmaceutical industry and testing industry to blossom. So I don't, casting the fact that there are some laboratories in Ukraine as some kind of nefarious, way to demonize the relationship between Europe and Ukraine, or Ukraine and the West, and make it seem ominous to Russia, and rightfully so, is a stretch. It's basically, it's not accurate.
Well, hold
now,
on one
go ahead.
moment.
Yep.
I want to bring the Voice of America back up and just have you chime in, because you've had two people that have asserted different views than you, and I really want you to kind of address their thoughts.
Okay. Right now, basically, what I'm trying to say is this. Under Trump, the offer to join NATO was basically pulled back. On top of that, the Biden family has long had ties to the oligarchy of literally the Ukraine. And right now, the
Okay,
fact
why
that
don't we stop and address that one thing, if we could? Okay, can we do that?
Go ahead. We're listening.
Okay. First of all, there was never an offer to join NATO. NATO did not approach Ukraine. Ukraine approached NATO and was refused, because NATO actually has a number of requirements to join NATO. One of those, has to do with corruption, and Ukraine, like many nascent democracies, has considerable problems with corruption. Now, you've also mentioned that we have some problems with corruption, okay, and you may have a point there. But there is a minimum level of function, of incorrupt function, that is expected in order to be able to join NATO. Another one of their rules is that you cannot have an ongoing conflict inside your border in order to join NATO. So since 2014, when Crimea and the Donbass situation kicked off, that right there put a full stop on any trying to join NATO. So the one who's been seeking NATO partnership is Ukraine, and they were declined. So now, as far as, Trump didn't rescind anything. And okay, the Biden family appears to have, Hunter Biden, no doubt, was involved with a Ukrainian company. He also received $5 million from the wife of the mayor of Moscow, who the mayor of Moscow is a close Putin ally. So, in saying that Putin has a grudge against Biden's corruption in Ukraine is quite a stretch, being that one of his close associates, his wife, gave Hunter Biden $5 million. That beats $1 million a year. It would take him 5 years to make that much money from being on the board of the Ukrainian company. So some of your facts just don't match up with what we do know, and I contend with portraying it that way. That's all. It's okay. So let's move on. Whatever point you have next, that would be great.
I appreciate that greatly. I appreciate that greatly. Omar has to a quick engagement to go to. So before he runs off, I want him to give any important thoughts that he wants to share, and then hopefully he can come back.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was sort of a late invitee to this, and didn't realize what we'll be doing. So have to run in a while. But as far as my thoughts are mainly about the role of, the connection with the Indian subcontinent. The issue right now is that a lot of people are objecting to India not taking a hard line against Russia on this, where I think the Indians actually do have a point. Every country sort of is looking out for its own interests, and they are not, in a position to easily switch everything from Russia to someone else. Russia is their biggest weapon supplier. They are dependent on oil from outside. Oil prices matter. It's a poor country. There are a number of reasons why their enthusiasm for sort of going after Russia is likely to be less, and they're not alone in this, right? Europe is paying Russia $1 billion a day right now because they want the gas and the oil, and they feel like they can't do without it immediately. They may want to change eventually, but it'll take them some time. I think India should get at least that much credit and be allowed to figure out its own way in this. But other than that, I have no special comments. I do feel that people tend to take the position they have because of some other reason sometimes. Like people who hate the West will take an anti-Western position in any case. It doesn't matter what Ukraine's case is, it's just because they hate the West. The idea that the Russian Empire is somehow a virtuous empire compared to Western empires, I don't think that stands up. In fact, most of the Western empires are gone, but the Russian Empire still has huge chunks intact. They didn't become the largest country in the world by sort of the gift of God or something. They became the largest country in the world by conquering a lot of people and colonizing them and then assimilating them. So I really don't see why even if we don't sort of feel any great pain for Ukraine, I don't see why we should then automatically start supporting Russia, which is just one other imperial country trying to do imperial things in its backyard.
Oh, wow. You know what? I'm glad you got that in, because I don't think anyone else on this panel could have spoken to or given the voice of India in the way that you did. I know you have a event to attend, but I hope you can come back before we leave. I really appreciate you, and I hope you come back again, Omar.
I will try, and I hope to be there in the future. It was nice talking to you, and I'm sorry I had to run today, but next time we hope will be a much better engagement.
All
Yes,
right.
Nice
yes.
to meet you, Omar.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Mr. Omar. I had to say a special thanks to, as producer, I had to say a special thanks as well. Thank
Yes,
you.
directly from the Brown Pundits. All right, excellent. Okay, Voice of America, please continue, because you certainly are giving us a perspective that is not normally echoed, and I definitely want to give you voice.
Yeah, I'm going to say this right now. I am a combat veteran. I've seen the corruption of the Bush and the Obama administration. I ended my service while under Trump. I've got to say, Trump was the first president I was actually proud to serve under. But that said, part of my time in the service, I wore the blue beret. I was in the Ukraine. And when I say NATO, you've got to consider the U.S. pretty much owns NATO. And it's the U.S. that's been pushing, or well, let me rephrase that, the Obama administration, and it's being carried on with the Biden administration, that's been trying to push the Ukraine into NATO so that the oligarchs who literally are kicking up quote unquote 10% to the big guy, referring to Joe Biden, so that those people who have been in control over there can literally call upon NATO to protect them, to protect that kickback to the big guy.
Hmm. That is very interesting. Mr. Pelu, what do you make of these two positions?
I mean, me personally, when I look at these positions, it's like it depends your media sources. You have to understand a lot of the warfare now is information, right? So you have to look at where you get your information. So we all got to be critical about what the mainstream media is giving us. You might have to look at alternative media, because there's a lot of alternative media media sources. Like me, I'm an internet watcher. I'm a YouTube watcher. I may as long not only do I produce YouTube things, I consume YouTube as well, and I consume a lot of independent media and other sources, and so it's about information, because a lot of people are reporting things very differently, and many people could have different reports. So I mean, we can't discredit everything. I think we should, by us having these two perspectives here, and them expressing it, we have to keep an open mind, and look for alternative news, and don't always trust the stories, and be critical. That's what difference of opinion is to me. We could agree to disagree, but we all should be critical about the information that we're taking in. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. Steve, what are your thoughts?
the limited amount of knowledge that I have, I'm going to use some critical thinking skills here, and hopefully they'll apply. What I think okay, so first of all, let me acknowledge what Voice of America is saying is, even if we assume that what he is saying is true, which I don't know enough to dispute, so I'm not going to try. I'm going to assume that he's being honest. It still assumes kind of the consequent, where even if it was true that we did have those facilities in Ukraine, it still does not stand to reason that it was a good enough cause to enter into a war with Ukraine. It's much more realistic if we implore Occam's razor here, that the simplest answer tends to be the most true, which is Putin is there exactly for the reason he is saying he's there.
And what reason what reason have you heard him say that he's there? What reason do you assert?
Well, the general consensus is that, he did not approve of NATO being so close to his borders, which there's a problem with that logic in itself, which is, okay, he takes Ukraine. Well, now he's got other countries that are NATO countries that are still on the border of his land, right? So it's kind of a ridiculous argument, because he's just going to go from one place to one place to one place until all of the places have NATO on his borders. So it's kind of a useless argument.
Steve,
Yeah.
Steve, I want to jump in real quick. I want to question this. Yes, but I hear what you're saying, and it's like the classic domino effect thing that we have in our language as a figure of speech for when these type of things happen, right? We think there might be a domino effect, the same way we thought in the Soviet days there might be a domino effect, right? So, but nowadays there's limitations. I'm gonna tell you the one thing that kept coming up, and the one thing Abhijit also was bringing up, and everybody sort of understood this. I mean, there's some political realities that we have to see. Like, we have to understand that in some nations, especially a big nation like Russia, with a huge nuclear arsenal, a whole nuclear umbrella, and advanced enough military, advanced more than most militaries, with his own military industrial complex, with his own hardware, with his own capabilities, it is not going to enforce its own sphere of influence. Like, yes, this is imperialistic, but we have to realize that, yes, I totally agree, this is an aggressive imperialistic move, but we have to understand that imperialism in geopolitics is somewhat natural, and it was kind of always the case to begin with. So it's like they're asserting their sphere of influence, and they're going to do that. And if we be naive that countries who are capable of doing that won't do it, we'll get into these problems. I think this issue was an issue of naivety in the global consensus, in the international consensus. That's why a lot of people now are talking about the end of globalism. You understand? Because it could be seen as a naivety or a flaw, or just something in the cog that didn't, something in the system that's flawed. They cause this, and this is why people are rethinking. I mean, our consensus last time. I mean, what our general thought that we came out was like that we all could have said that these events were geopolitical reality check, if that's such a thing, and that was what we came out with. It's like this is a reality check, like people are going to do this. These countries build up arsenals for a reason. I mean, it's real. We can't be naive about it. And if we think that, if we think that these norms, institutional norms, we could just have them idealistically that don't reflect the reality of the powers that play. We're just fooling ourselves with saying this is international law, this and this, that, and the third, because people are going to move according to their capabilities for their international interests, and we have to respect we have to respect the reality of the mindset of a nation, and state continuation, and state self-preservation. Thank you very much.
Very interesting. There is a Steve, I'm going to get back to you, but there's a question on deck for Voice of Free America. And it reads, Voice of Free America, why do you think Turkey intervened early and significantly to help the Ukraines? And then also, you said that you had a comment you wanted to make.
Yeah, first with the question, to be honest with you, there's always been issues between Turkey and Russia, pretty much going back to the Soviet Union days. I mean, yeah, Turkey's bought weapons from Russia, Turkey's bought weapons from the US while trying to build up their power. But here's the thing, they've been opposed to Nord Stream 2 because of the fact that, like the US, Burisma kicks money back to the Ukraine. And as for the line of thinking I was wanting to question from Steve, why is it that Vladimir Putin is still trying to literally say, look, I'm not trying to conquer the Ukraine. I'm trying to free Donetsk and Crimea. I recognize their sovereignty as independent nations. To be honest with you, I think that he's there trying to free up the ethnically Russian population, the provinces that are literally ethnically Russian in the majority, so that they can literally be a buffer between Russia and NATO.
I would say that, I wouldn't mind it if that's where he was stopping, but he continues to bombard Kiev, from what I'm aware of.
Did he stop?
Now, if you wanted to annex that certain part of Ukraine, you stop at that area. You don't continue to move forward.
But it's not about annexation. It's literally then saying, look, you guys won't recognize it. We're not going to stop until you do, and until you guys literally put your military into dismantling.
You take what you say you're going to take.
Oh, okay. Wait, everybody. Okay, I really want to hear Stanley, because Stanley hasn't talked yet, and I want to give Stanley, because now he's ready to talk. I want to give Stanley. Hey, Stanley, you got the floor. Talk, Stanley.
Stanley? Oh gosh, he's frozen.
Can't hear you, Stanley.
Man.
And we can't hear him. Oh
man. Hey,
maybe he'll get us in the chat.
Yeah, like what Stanley said is stop where you say you're going to stop, but that's not what Putin has done.
Yes, but
and
like I pointed out,
I gotta jump in, if you don't mind.
I've actually got to go eat dinner, so if I can just finish up this line of reasoning really quick, and I'll leave you guys to it. Like I said, all things being true, if they are all true, even if we had facilities in Ukraine, what happens when he wants to go after other facilities that we have in other places? What's to stop him from going to each one of these places and just doing whatever he nilly-willy wants and invade any country he chooses where America could possibly be a threat? The chances are, even if NATO was there, we're not going to invade Russia, right? Nobody's going to invade Russia. It's been tried twice and it failed miserably. Even in today's day and age, no one's going to be foolish enough to mess with the second largest, or actually the first largest nuclear power in the world, because they have more nukes than we do. It would just be silly. So there's this comfortable stalemate that was present before that I don't understand why he would risk another major assault on Russia just because of a couple of biochemical companies that really honestly don't present a threat at this point in time. So that's kind of where I stand. But I love you guys. I got to go eat some dinner, and I'm going to continue listening. But love you guys and appreciate everybody here. And
thanks
can't wait
for
to hear you guys' responses.
Steve. But I just want to make sure I understand. You're saying that he's after some biochemical companies? Is that what you're saying?
No, even if he was, it doesn't give him authority to invade another country.
I see. I see. Okay. Well, thank you. I know how you hate large panels, but I'm glad that you came up and
It's
voiced your
okay.
opinion. I hope you can join us in the chat.
Will do.
All right. Voice
Um,
of Free America, I think you were trying to make a point, and I think we have Stanley back.
but yeah, like I was going to say, as far as the biochemical labs, you got to consider we just literally had a major pandemic leak from an American biolab in China
Mm-hmm.
that we're still feeling the effects of even now.
Mm-hmm.
Putin has no way to know what is there. And as and I'm not saying that we've got biological weapons that we're making there, despite the fact that Putin's put paperwork out, Ukrainian or paperwork captured from these biolabs saying that we were experimenting on viruses there.
Hmm.
Despite
So your Voice of Free America is your tagline. I am curious. Do you think Russia invading Ukraine is good for America?
To be honest with you, no. I mean, like I or to be honest with you, nothing good has gone or there's nothing good involving America right now
Mm-hmm.
because of the fact that we've let the corruption go too far
Mm-hmm.
here.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I take the moniker of Voice of Free America is the fact that we need to stand up against the corruption, all
Mm-hmm.
of us Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Because unless we stand up to it, unless we fight it, nothing will be done about it.
Mm-hmm. 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 Stanley, you were going to say something before you got cut off. I think something's going on with your connection. Are we able to hear you now? Oh my gosh, we're not. Oh, Blue, are you there?
No, Stanley,
I
Stanley, you
am.
can you hear it now? Oh, it's still not working. Oh,
No, he's not
Yeah.
working. Go ahead. Oh, Blue.
Um, I'm just gobsmacked. Honestly,
Do you
I'm
want to know?
gobsmacked.
I want to freeze. I think we all need to be gobsmacked. We need to hear the dissension from what we all think everybody is thinking. Does that make sense?
Uh,
So that we
I
can
suppose
start.
so. I
Yeah.
suppose so because, but the problem with dealing with essentially hallucinations is that you spend all your time talking about hallucinations,
Mm,
and this is reality. So, I mean, there are things that we know that have been, that are easily discoverable. Like,
mm-hmm,
for instance, Googling just simple, and we all know that Google results are flawed. They're
mm-hmm,
filtered.
mm-hmm,
But we're talking about press releases and things like that about, that just because most people weren't aware that there were pharmaceutical labs or bio labs in Ukraine doesn't mean that it was secret. So if you go back and you look at the number of stories, and this is easy to do, anybody can do this, okay? And instead, we're getting wrapped up in, like the concept that all of this was secret, like this has suddenly just been revealed. Okay, first we knew of it, but how many people looked into, pharmaceutical associations getting involved in Ukraine over the past 12 years? How many
mm-hmm.
people looked into that? How
Right.
many people looked into that? And then all of a sudden there's news stories about it. So yes, it's brand new information. It doesn't mean that it was secret. So if you look, the information was all there.
hey,
I mean,
okay.
there were people
Let me
talking
make
about
this
it. There were
then.
people publicizing it.
Hey,
So,
hey, oh, Blue. Okay, let me jump in. I want to ask you this, then I want to, and anybody else can answer too after oh, Blue. Okay, do you think there's a lack? Oh, Blue gone? Oh man, oh no, he's there.
No,
Okay, I'm
he's
sorry.
not
No,
done.
no, 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 no. Do you think there's a lapse in journalism, or the lapse in the duty of journalism to making this the top priority? Because we've had a lot of news, and why hasn't this been a top priority news? Is journalism in
No,
America for doing a disservice, or not living up to the potential of the service of what we need from journalism by
the
this not being
simple
front
answer.
page news all the
The simple
time? And
answer. The simple answer is yes, but not the way that I'm hearing you say it. The answer is yes. That they failed, and the way that they failed is that, for instance, I'm aware of the coverage. I'm aware of probably the news stories that are influencing Voice of Free America's stand on this. Um, but I did my own research when this came up, and I looked into it, and it said, there's a lot here that Tucker Carlson is not talking about. And
Mm-hmm.
part of that is the completely unhidden history behind most of these things. Now, I don't know, I mean, what brought this up was actually congressional testimony by Victoria Nuland, who said, wait, we've got concerns that there's these labs in Ukraine. All of a sudden, somebody's like, everybody's labs? What labs? And next thing you know, Tucker Carlson is talking about how the United States government has been funding stuff. Oh, and I do want to correct another thing the Voice of Free America said. The lab in Wuhan was not an American lab. That was a Chinese government lab. There was American money that was going towards some of the research at that lab, but it was not an American lab. And I don't think that the labs in Ukraine are American labs. I think they're Ukrainian companies that are participating in research. I don't think that there's any secret military labs there. I mean, I think their highest lab is like a level 3, and there's like one of those. Most of them are level 2. They're not high security labs. They're not doing research on highly contagious agents. So I think that is all just a distraction. It's a rabbit hole. It's a hallucination. It's a shiny object, something to look at, something to talk about. Was that have anything to do with Putin's calculus? No, I don't think so.
You
I
made
think
some
that.
good points there, Oval.
Thank you.
Extremely good points. Stanley has been trying to jump in here, and his system has been failing him. I wonder if we can hear from him now.
Probably.
All right,
I
Stanley,
had to
you
go.
are on the spotlight. Go ahead, sir.
I'm just gonna echo Old Blue. There has to be a certain. Oh my goodness, you must question everything. And the good thing about the military, and it's been a while since I was in there, politics does not necessarily matter all the time. And what I'm hearing from a couple people on this cast is a lot of talking points. So I'll leave it there. I think the reality check, the gut check, I've heard from Old Blue, and it's not like I'm giving you huge compliments, but you speak from a little bit more of a real world on a battlefield. Um, it makes sense to me, and that's the bottom line.
So, Stanley, what branch of service were you in?
Navy,
And how long were you in the Navy?
just 5 years.
Just 5 years.
Yep.
And then you went to work in what field?
Computers mostly.
Okay. And so, and then how did you serve our U.S. government in the Navy? Where were you stationed? What were you doing? Where were you?
Driving ships.
Well, driving ships near where?
Um,
The ocean's pretty big.
I was stationed in Norfolk and Newport. I've been to the Middle East, was in the first Gulf War, so that's dating me.
Okay. All right. I was just wanting to give the audience a little bit of backstory on you.
What?
And
There's an audience? Oh my goodness!
oh my gosh, you're hilarious. Yes. I wanted, yes, you were not just talking to me the whole time. Imagine that. But
Wow.
but I wanted to give the audience an understanding of
Well, I've it's not like I had a hell of a lot of experience. Um, it's not. I got to do some stuff, and I was a black shoe officer in the Navy.
what
Um,
does that
I
mean?
um, ask he'll know.
Ask who?
E. I'm sorry, Voice of Freedom, Voice of
Yeah,
America.
Free. Yeah, Voice of Free America is also known as E. He's affectionately known as E. That's his other name. He's E.
Oh,
E.
okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it.
E.
Sorry,
You
that's how
there?
I knew him.
All right. Well, I guess you got to get out of
Bottom
here.
line is, it's not like I did James Bond stuff, but I know enough to know that there are complications. I think Old Blue's assessment of what's going on in this international arena, I think that's a sane point of view, and that's that.
Okay. Well, very well. I appreciate your voice, Stanley. I'm glad you finally got in here. And I know you have an engagement to get to, and we will leave it at that.
No, actually, I don't. I want to listen to more Voice of Freedom.
Okay. Well, then, Voice of Freedom, you are up next, dear sir. What do you say of this assessment of your thinking?
I mean, to be honest with you, if I hadn't have seen what I had seen when I was over in the Ukraine, when I was there to literally help train medics and search and rescue for the Ukrainian military, when it looked like they were going to go to war with Russia over Crimea,
Were you
I
were
wouldn't.
you in were you in like was your unit assigned to NATO or what? Were you wearing
No,
a blue?
I got detached to the or to the UN peacekeepers. I wore the blue beret, but yet I answered to NATO officers.
Got it.
Okay. And Stanley punted to you when he wanted to explain his experience in the Navy. Not sure why he did that, but maybe he thought that you could better explain that. Do you want to help us out with that?
Not really. I didn't really have that much to do with black shoe officers, but I mean, I was basically a corpsman. I was a medic. I was boots on the ground to help take care of Marines who were injured. When I was search and rescue, I was flown out to help rescue Marines that got stuck in some very serious shit. I was front lines for Fallujah and Kandahar, the
Hmm.
two worst battlefields of Afghanistan and Iraq.
Hmm. Very
And
interesting.
I respect your service. Thank you for your service. I'm a generation or two earlier than you are. So thank you for your service.
I agree. I thank all of you for your service because it appears to me that I have three military vets here with me, three people who have given their time, energy, and effort and sacrificed for my freedom. So I appreciate that very much. Oh, Blue, perhaps you are the only person here willing to explain to me what a black shoe officer is.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not Navy. I was Army for my whole 33 years. So I think that they're deck officers, um, as opposed to flight officers or submarine officers. I'm not really 100% sure.
You got it right.
Uh,
We sailed ships. That's pretty much it.
You did what? You do what now?
We sailed ships.
You sail ships.
destroyers, cruisers, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, as opposed to, say a logistician or, like I said, a flight officer or something like that.
Very interesting.
They actually drove the
And
ships.
the other thing that I did, I dealt a lot, and this is going to sound unrelated, but I did a lot of ComSec. I did a lot of um, things where I kind of knew what was going on in the world, and I I I don't think basically what I'm trying to say is this is Putin. Um, this is Putin just being a dick,
Oh,
and essentially, I don't agree with the whole. I don't think that NATO and America leading NATO, we didn't help matters, but I just think Putin's bored.
bored?
Yeah, literally.
Hmm.
Wow, I mean, it's hard to say bored though. I mean, yes, okay, you might not agree with what Putin is doing, right? And I totally
Well,
understand why
I
you
don't
won't agree.
care.
Wait,
Well, see,
please,
that's
please,
the
please, please, please,
interesting
please,
thing.
please,
I
please,
could
please,
care
please,
less
please,
what
Stanley,
Putin
please,
thinks.
Stanley, please, Stanley, please, Stanley. Let me finish my thoughts, Stanley, please. What I'm saying is that you might not agree with thing, you might not care less, or you might not whatever. But you shared a commentary about what he's doing. So in addressing the commentary about what he's doing, I'm going to say, that comment you made that he's just bored. Uh, it's hard for me to see a leader of Russia, country with over 100 million people, the largest nuclear arsenal according to the consensus of military observers, a powerful military, a big nation geographically, the largest land nation in the whole world, a big source of petrol and fuel and natural resources and minerals and energy and energy supplier. Such a significant country's leader is just bored to make a whole war, and with a it's hard for me to say Putin can be just bored. So I just got to say that I would say that's the over. I would say I would definitely say that in my humble opinion that would be an overstatement. Thank you very much.
Hmm. Oh,
Well,
Blue.
that's my opinion, and I'm going to stick by it.
Hmm. Oh, Blue. What say you, sir?
First of all, that made me laugh when Stanley said Putin's just a dick. That made me laugh. I literally laughed out loud when you said that, Stanley. That's awesome. I I think that um, I think that the issues that we need to concern ourselves with. The first broadcast was talking about how the histories of Ukraine and Russia were intertwined, and we also got a really great insight um, from Abhijit from about the South Central Asian, the Indian viewpoint on it, how they don't really have a dog in the fight. How he did express some of what Omar talked about India's typically had a good relationship with Russia, and an adversarial relationship with China, and seeing the two having their interests aligned at the moment is deeply unsettling for India. And at the same time, they don't want to jeopardize their relationship with Russia because they still fly a number of Russian aircraft, and the engines on those aircraft, the Russian engines are not nearly as durable as American jet engines. Um, but beyond that, India doesn't have the capability. The Russians, as part of their contract, would not allow the Indians to do, for instance, the major rebuilds on the engines, the major like depot level maintenance when an engine starts to get worn out. So they literally rely on getting the engines for those fighters those fighters that they depend on to defend themselves against China, they need to be able to keep putting engines in those planes that continue to work. And the only way to do that is if Russia will fix their engines and ship them back to them by
Hold
contract.
on real
That's
quick.
the way that it works.
I want to get to Anna's previous question. I want to get to Anna's previous question.
Okay, which
I didn't
one?
see it. What is it?
The previous statement. The statement about Putin. I want to read out the statement about Putin.
Okay, he has a
Okay.
lot going on here. This one right here?
Yeah,
On
yeah,
the board?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And then, our other associate producer said, I agree. Putin is anything but bored. Putin is extremely intelligent and has a long-term, high-resolution strategy. It will be very dangerous to underestimate him. And I just want to
Yes.
highlight that because that's the point I was
No.
making when I said, wait, listen, Stan. That's the point I was making is like it's hard. You can't I mean, to me, for me, in my humblest opinion, it's hard to just underestimate the leader of such a powerful country because of the responsibilities that he's in, the rulership that he's in is like it takes a. I mean, I would have to think it takes a lot to be the president of Russia. I would have to think that I would have to think so. Of a major country like that, would also have to think that it takes a lot to be that. I mean, I can't see how he's bored. I mean, and to get this position, he must be a strategic thinker, and to hold his position, to hold power in a country for
This
that long,
is
a country of that
wonderful.
significance. I mean, it's hard for me to say he's just
Why would
bored.
Putin even start this BS if he wasn't bored?
It's the reasons he has
Oh no.
strategies.
Yeah, it's not
I want
because
you to
he's bored.
agree. Yeah, it's not
I
because
want
he's bored. He has
to,
Yeah.
strategies.
wait, I want to just
Well,
tease
you
this
know,
out. Hold on one
oh,
moment, please, gentlemen. I want to tease this out a little bit, gentlemen, because Stanley, I doubt that you mean bored in the typical way. Surely you
no,
don't
I mean it literally.
you mean that he has nothing better to do. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
I mean that.
Interesting.
And
It's hard
the
to
way
believe.
the boredom is there is stuff in his country that needs to be fixed. He wants to get those folks thinking about something else.
So I wouldn't describe that as boredom. If that's your thinking, I wouldn't describe that as boredom.
Okay.
And in that regard, I can kind of agree with that a little bit. I don't believe I agree with Anand. I don't believe that he's intellectually bored or anything. I think he's definitely got an end state in mind. That the issue is that none of us know what it is. But I think that Stanley makes a good point in that there is a fair portion of this that is for domestic consumption only. For instance, when it's similar to why Putin talks about denazification. The rest of the world doesn't. The rest of the world doesn't take that seriously. The rest of the world knows that Ukraine was not being beset by Nazis. So it doesn't seem to make sense to us. It sounds almost like crazy talk. It's not for that part of his message is not for us. That is to appeal to Russians.
I agree with
And
Sharman.
Can I say one thing?
Sharman
Yeah.
is right.
When I was over in Russia, or not Russia, the Ukraine,
Mhm.
I saw members of Azov Battalion in government positions, in military positions. I'm not talking like privates or even second lieutenants. I'm talking high grade officers.
so
So Azov Battalion is literally the
Well,
neo-Nazi movement of the Ukraine.
you know what? You can say that all you want, and I don't. First of all, it's one battalion. One battalion. How many battalions does that army have? Secondly, is Zelensky in the Azov battalion? Is he a Nazi? Is Zelensky, who's Jewish, he's a Nazi? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not saying that he's a Nazi, but I will say he's a fascist. He not only silenced
whoa. How do you?
The opposition party of his party, he literally forced them to disband. On top of that, he silenced the Ukrainian media when they tried to talk about it.
Okay, first of all, I don't. I have not seen any evidence to what you're speaking about. Okay, so if you want to post some links, then that would be great. Um, accusing Zelensky of being a fascist is it's
Well,
as look, okay, you described your background. I have 33 years of military experience. Okay, and I served under everybody from Reagan through I believe Obama was president when I retired. Okay. Um, I'm also a political scientist, and your definition of fascism does not seem to really it doesn't make sense.
You should have made my chart all blue.
I'm sorry, what?
hey,
I was laughing
amen.
because I said you should have made my chart all blue.
Oh no, I had a
Can
long
I?
conversation with Mr. Pelu about that, about that essentially that thing, if I redo it the way that I would like to, it would actually be like a master's thesis to explain it. And it will
So,
cause some fights. It will cause some fights. That's why I'm not introducing it right at the moment. It's because it's going to cause some fights.
Wow.
But
I
however
always
you
say
look at
start it off with
fascism,
I always say start it off, like you explained it to, a 8-year-old, that third grade level, and then build up from there. Remember the charts that I showed you? They were very simple. You could explain them to a third grader. And then we could go from there. So listen, I want you to know, Old Blue, I'm certainly not letting you off the hook on this. I
okay.
want my charts. All right, go ahead.
um,
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
um, Master Chief, right?
I'm sorry, what?
It, you make sense. Um, I think you're right, and you know, I sorry I said bored, but I honestly think that Charmin is right. You know, there's no real point in a geopolitical world that Putin's doing this other than ego. He's bored and he wants to make a legacy and all this, simpleton stuff.
Mm.
It's boredom.
Well, I disagree that it's boredom, but I do think that he is um, towards the end of the Soviet Union, the Soviets faced a choice, and one of those choices was to attack Western Europe,
Mm-hmm.
and they came very very close to it at a couple of points. The calculus being that would be one way to draw the Soviet people together, the way that they had been drawn together during World War II. Because prior to World War II, the Soviet history is not exactly stellar as far as like cohesiveness. They literally starved 6 million Ukrainians to death by starving them, and the Ukrainians had not forgotten about it and still haven't to this day. Neither of the Lithuanians. But World War II drew them all together, more or less as Soviets, and their level of cohesiveness following World War II was very high for a considerable period of time. So that bit of reasoning I can absolutely concur with
Can I?
on your part.
Can I? And I'm sorry to interrupt, but I literally just talked to a guy from Czechoslovakia today. Um, they don't have high opinion. Um, you know, he described, his family history and all this stuff. Um, and really, the takeaway is they look towards the West, and that's what they want to do, and they don't want to look to Russia. He used the word freedom. They want to be free to choose. And um, I don't think Putin is okay with that. These people want to choose the direction they go.
So before we move
Well,
any
I do
further,
want to mention real quick. Thank you for posting the links in the private chat there, Voice of America or Voice of Free America. But you're pointing out that Zelensky banned opposition parties with ties to Russia. The dateline on this was actually March 20th, 2022. So I think that's in reaction to the fact that right now, any parties in Ukraine that claim, basically that have common cause with Russia, I can't blame the country that's just been invaded by Russia for banning political parties that are aligned with Russia inside the now invaded country.
so
I
hold on,
don't think that
Oblu.
supports your case.
Right. So hold on, Oblu. This is what I wanted to get to. Before we dismantle his point, I want to let him make his point, and then I want to ask you your thoughts. But Voice of Free America, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts, honestly, literally, number one, this is literally the equivalency of, for example, the Democratic Party, while they're in power, forcibly disbanding the Republicans. I mean, pure and simple.
Really?
You want to know what the Ukraine considers to be ties to the freaking Russia? A freaking or any political party that's got people of Russian descent, Ukrainians with Russian descent, within their borders, who have Ukrainian citizenship. And then add on to that the fact that there was a freaking genocide in Donetsk of freaking ethnically Russian Ukrainian citizens.
Let me ask you a question.
Wait. I want to jump in before you ask the question. I didn't get to talk for a while. I want to jump in, Stanley, real quick. I want to speak to the point you're making about they want to be free and Putin doesn't want them. Yes, Putin doesn't want them to be free because Putin sees Russia as a power. It sees Russia as a power. It sees Russia as a great power in the world, and Russia has the military to take action. Unfortunately, it is imperialism.
They
Yes.
do not.
They're taking action right now. I mean, it's hard to say they don't have the military taking action when they're taking action. But they're taking action. I mean, they're able to launch a military expedition outside of their borders, right? I'm not saying they're winning or not. I don't know. I don't know all the things. I mean, Anna probably could tell you because I be honest with you, I've been focusing on the history and I haven't been focusing because I was getting prepared to have a more historical thing and I hadn't been focused on the current battleground. So I can't tell you the exact state of the affairs now about Mariupol. I knew they've been taking towns like Mariupol. They've been taking this, that, and third. So they've been taking towns. I'm not a perfect expert about what's going on right now because I was focused on history before getting the show. But they're moving. They're invading. They're making an encroachment. They're making an encroachment. And yes, he doesn't want them to be free. He doesn't want he wants to have hegemony.
Okay,
but I mean, no, wait.
He does not want them to be free.
I know, but guess what? And all I'm saying is that yes, I totally acknowledge you, right? But we have to acknowledge that they also being an imperialistic nation, is being a hegemon, and the reality of it, the empires are a part of geopolitical reality, and he's given the world and the geopolitical order a reality check. So I don't think he's bored. I don't think that's boredom. For his security and interest reasons. For his security interests. Okay.
He does not want people to be free. You agree with that? So he will. How about just say, hey, anyone who wants to move to Russia, here's your passport. Come on over. It would be cheaper.
But then the Ukrainians shut down their borders to anyone that's ethnically Russian. Anyone that
Well,
was
then
ethnically
they
Russian
were
that
wrong.
wanted to try to cross over, they were arrested. Anyone
By
who
whom?
was freaking or by the Ukrainians.
Okay, so
I mean,
Putin said.
here's a question for
So
you.
so
If
Wait,
let me
no,
let me
I
ask you
need
a
to
question
please. I
because
need
you've
to please
confused
right
me
there.
now.
That is a very important point, and it's does anybody know if that is a factual statement? Is that factual?
I'm asking, why didn't Putin just say, "Hey, come on over"?
No, I'm asking Annan Blue, Mr. Pelu, is Voice of Free America just said that if Russian people were trying to leave Ukraine, that they were going to be arrested.
Can
Is
I
that factual?
can I ask Voice of Free America a question about this?
Yes.
How much of these restrictions which have happened is because the war started? How much of these were in place before the war started?
these have been in place since 2012, 2011. Why do you think Chechnya broke away? Why do you think Donetsk broke away? Why do you think the Lusank People's
Chechnya is not
Republic
part of
broke
Ukraine.
away?
Chechnya is in the Caucasus. It's not part of Ukraine.
Yes, but fell under the control of the Ukraine.
No, they're not
No,
under the
no.
control of the Ukraine, and they haven't
Hey,
been.
wait. Hey, wait.
Chechnya rebelled against
I believe.
They're
Russia.
not Chechnya. I
No,
mean
wait.
Crimea.
Crimea. You mean Crimea? Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah, he was. I was about to stand up for a voice in
Yeah,
there
I
because
meant
I know what he's.
Crimea, not
Yeah.
Chechnya.
He meant Crimea. He
Okay,
did mean
so
Crimea.
Crimea
he
If
meant
you look at
happened
the constants.
quite some time ago. How is Crimea
okay.
No,
even?
no. Yeah, okay. Let me clarify a little bit. Yes, if you understand his context, he was saying Crimea, and he's saying that
You
ever
said
since. Wait,
Crimea.
listen. Yeah, yes, but he was. I mean, he was making a mistake. He said Chechnya by accident. He meant Crimea. Hold on, Stanley, please. Right? He said I would because I didn't want us to get confused on semantics when I understood the context of what he was saying. So I
Okay.
wanted wait. So I wanted to say yes. He was meaning Crimea. And the reason why it might be relevant because I know after that they were in a state of war, like even though it was limited to Crimea and and Donetsk, I mean Russians were getting it was reports of Russians getting persecuted all over Ukraine. Main different reasons. Don't get me wrong, I don't know the facts, I don't know the details, but I was hearing hella stories,
You
right? I'm not.
said
I'm
it.
not.
You don't know the fact.
The fact,
And
of
I
course,
think
because
we can
I'm being
stop
humble.
there.
And no, I'm being humble because no, because I have to I have to be honest about my level of knowledge about the things, and I don't want to pretend I know more than what I
But
know. I'm just saying,
okay.
listen. I'm just saying that there's a lot of news sources. Maybe not as much mainstream news sources, but other news sources will always give reports about persecutions of Russians. I don't know how much it was. I don't know how excessive it was. But all I'm saying is that sometimes where the smoke there's fire, right? So all I'm saying is that again the point I'm saying is that we have to look at multiple sources and be critical things when we're looking at things. I just don't just throw out any
May
source.
I
I mean,
talk now?
we have to get the independent. No, wait for me, Stanley. We have to get independent voice. Like even right here, right now, we right now are having a more independent voice and bringing other things out. So we have to get more more perspectives. But it's hard to say there's
May
not a
I talk
case.
now?
Wait. And one more thing. It's hard. No. It's hard to say there's no case against Russian persecution in former Soviet states because even outside of Ukraine, I've been hearing about these things come out the Baltic republics too about ethnic Russians in the Baltic states having issues with the Baltic states and all these things. So I'm not saying this is a real justification. This is the reason to invade Ukraine. But exactly how old Blue was saying, some things are for domestic consumption, and some things are for the Russian people. Like to make a long story short, yes, it's an imperial thing. He's using the Russian diasporas in the countries as justification for his imperial expansion. He's using historic Russia as justification of his imperial expansion. But He's using some real. He's co-opting some real grievances. He's co-opt. Just like in America, a lot of politicians co-opt some real grievances. Like we have some people co-opting black grievances, some people co-opting Native American grievances, some people co-opting LGBTQ grievances, or this, that, and the third, right? So everybody has their
May I
little
talk
groups
now?
they do. So one of his groups is Russians, and you have to understand that he is somebody who's an imperial Russian, but with a smoke that's fire. So these reports of things happening of the Russians in the former Soviet states, especially Ukraine, we shouldn't just be totally dismissive of. We shouldn't just be totally dismissive of it because there's been complaints about this for a long time, even before the Crimea thing. So thank you.
Okay. I'll just stop there, and I think it's obvious what my question was. If you don't know, don't speculate.
Okay, that's telling people not to do nothing. Like how you live life without speculating. Like you're not gonna know every single thing in the world, but you have to speculate and think and still make judgments. Even with limited knowledge, you have to use your foresight and make
It's rather
judgments.
obvious. You don't speculate about other countries that you don't know about. Isn't that obvious?
I want to get Old Blue in here and hear his thoughts on what's been going on.
Okay, because the original question where we got diverted off of it by the whole, where Chechnya is thing and Crimea, but the original question was how much of this happened pre-war, and the banning of the political parties. The story does not support it saying that the Russian ethnic doesn't say that. It's specifically parties that have ties to, that are affiliated with oligarchs that have relationships with, with Putin and things like that. There are Ukrainian oligarchs who are pro-Putin, who are in his camp. Okay, and some of them belong to political parties. One of those political parties has 44 seats in the parliament. One of the parties that has just been banned. Okay, they have 44 seats in the parliament. They're pro-Russian. Okay, so if this has been in place since 2012, I don't understand how they've got seats in the parliament. This act of banning these Russian-affiliated political parties is brand new. In fact, within the last few days. So that does not support that does not support the idea that these people have been suppressed, oppressed, whatever, since 2012. That doesn't support.
Voice was talking
I'm
about.
not
Okay,
saying
so wait. Let NN go. Let NN go. Let
I'm gonna
NN go. Let NN.
Old Blue, I'm going to bring you back up. Anna, please speak.
Oh, I was saying what my understanding is. Voice was referring to travel restrictions. So my question, let me rephrase the question. Were there any travel restrictions before the Crimea Donbass intervention by Putin in 2014 in Ukraine?
Okay, Old Blue, I want to hear you answer that, and then Voice, I'm going to go to you.
I don't have any knowledge of any travel restrictions. I've been looking at the links that were shared, and looking at the banning of political parties, which was offered up as evidence that Zelensky is a fascist. We're going down rabbit holes where we're not going to find any part of the truth that we're looking for. And the truth that everybody would like to understand is, obviously, how does this impact us? Okay, so, and there are Americans that feel that it really doesn't impact us, and then there are people who feel like, no, this is deeply unsettling because it literally challenges what is generally described as a liberal world order, where essentially, it's kind of rules based, even though we've all agreed that there's no such thing really as international law because it can't be enforced. So, but a rules based, and one of those rules is you don't just invade your neighbor and subsume them, especially when you've signed an agreement, like 30 years ago, where you actually recognized and actually guaranteed their sovereignty. So that's an agreement that was breached by the invasion of Ukraine, because Russia had actually signed a paper that said, we're gonna guarantee your sovereignty. And then, within 20 years later, begins to challenge that sovereignty, not only by seizing territory and suddenly declaring it to be part of your own country, but then also feeding, insurgencies essentially, um, and fueling them. And look, you can talk about suppressing the population of Donetsk or Luhansk,
Right.
any of that stuff. The fact of the matter is that there was an Indonesian airliner that was shot down by a Russian missile system, and that's
Hmm.
accepted by the international community. The Russians placed an air defense system in Donetsk, fired it at, mistakenly at a civilian airliner, bringing it down, and then hauled their equipment immediately out of Ukraine in order to deny that they had anything to do with it. Russia has been supporting those insurgencies, trying to undermine a neighbor for a considerable period of time since 2014. And to claim that the fighting there then is some kind of a genocide is it's literally the Kremlin line. I mean, that's literally what I'm hearing as the arguments are the Kremlin lines, the talking points that the Kremlin uses. And that to me is just absolutely astounding because it gets us going in little circles. See, we talk about these little insane accusations like that Zelensky is a fascist, and that's justification for invading him, for invading a country. It's not. It's not. I mean, Mexico was an intolerant single party state up until the early 90s. We didn't invade them to unscrew their politics and set everything right. Mexico's made a tremendous amount of progress in the last, 27 years or so. But prior to that, they were an intolerant single party state and highly corrupt. Okay. They still have many, many issues. And yet we don't invade them to set everything right. It's just that's not an excuse to violate the sovereignty of a country. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you say. There is no justification for that. The question that we'd all like to get to is, first of all, trying to understand the conflict, and talking about these little rabbit hole topics is not going to help us understand because they're bullshit. They are the lines that the Russians have fed out. A lot of them don't make sense to Westerners because they're not for Western consumption. They're for Russian consumption to convince the Russian people that what they're doing is a righteous thing. Okay.
Amen.
But here in the West, we can't spend our time. We can't waste our time talking about just like things that are obviously bullshit and expect to get anywhere in actually understanding reality, because you can, no amount of bullshit adds up to reality, period.
That's a line. That's a line. All right. So it's going to be Voice, then Stanley.
Okay, I'm going to say one thing right here. The Donetsk the Donetsk genocide accusation. I'm not saying that it's true or it's false. I'm saying that's an accusation that we should have investigated when it happened. We should have went out and looked for those mass graves. And I'm not talking about the U.S. I'm talking about the UN should have been there to look into it. Additionally, earlier on, you're talking about Azov Battalion as though it's an actual military battalion. It's not. It's literally a neo-Nazi movement that took on the name Azov Battalion. I'm not sure how big it is. I just know that there were members in pretty goddamn high places when I was in. High up places where no extremist should ever be allowed in any country.
Okay. All right, Stanley.
Well, actually, Old Blue pretty much said there's a reason the U.S. should not get involved in this sort of thing. Um, we've done it in the last 20 years. We have done some things we should not have done. And I guess my real question is, Do we have the right to do it? Are we on moral ground? We're not.
I think this is also somewhat irrelevant because there's many other parties to this fight. It doesn't matter what the U.S. does. The rest of NATO will help the
It
Ukrainians.
does matter what the U.S. does.
Why does it matter, Stanley?
This is not our fight. That's
Hey,
why it matters.
and then explain why you say that. Explain your rationale for saying that, and then because
Well, I think this is
I
yeah. So just so it's clear, right now within NATO, of all the leaders in NATO, Biden is the one who's the least hawkish, the least eager to help the Ukraine, the one who's trying to block the others from helping the Ukraine. So Biden is the closest to is the person who agrees with Stanley right now, to the degree anyone agrees with him. But the thing is, this conflict has a life of its own, and a lot of countries like Turkey and Poland and others want to help the Ukraine. And I think
So
they're going to,
the
whether the West
U.S.
hold
wants
on,
to.
wait,
defied Turkey and Poland.
Stanley. Let Anna finish the thought because I really want Anna to have the time to really
I think
to really get his point across.
this is a sideshow. I don't think this is the real topic. The real topic is we should discuss what's happening in the Ukraine now and what's likely to happen.
Well, you're getting around to my true question. Annan, do you think that Russia is succeeding?
Can we show a map, a Google map? Can you share it on your screen and just go to the
Yeah, if you
Ukraine?
drop the link, that will be great. I'll share it. Drop the link of the
I
map.
think I'll try to drop a link. Well, I mean, I can drop a link. This is a Russian map, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
So do not 100% give it authenticity, but just look at it. Maybe you can click
Okay.
on that.
Okay.
I don't know if that does that open. If
Yeah,
not,
it
then
opened for me. Just give me one moment. One moment, please. Let's see here. All right. Here we are.
yes. Note those blue areas are also parts of Ukraine that Russia currently occupies, as well to the south. Now, this is what the Russian map is. Note that the Russian military plan appears to be to have the Northern Army move up, the Southern Army to move down, and to cut Ukraine into two. They're trying to grab E95. That's a highway that goes from the north to the south to the border. And if they grab E95, then the east is cut off. I mean, I don't want to speak. I would rather have. Why don't we just let um, who else can speak other than me?
No, speak, just
Wait,
speak.
that's the question.
Because you have no, I mean, no. Okay, I want you to share a little bit about what you've gathered about the breakdown of right now, according to the Russian side and according to the what Russia's putting out, according to their
So,
advances. Whatever you've gathered, I want you to share what you've gathered, Anand.
I will ask this question to others. As far as I know, currently satellite maps aren't being released or they're being grayed out. And I'm just a question for both Old Blue as well as Voice. Why do you think the satellite maps are being grayed out? I would have asked Abhijit this question, but Abhijit is, I don't want to bother him right now.
Honestly,
I think that the maps are being grayed out to deny a potential intel source to one party.
Which
that's
party?
part of it, but there's also the propaganda that the U.S., who controls, I'd say about 2/3 of this or of the satellites that do the mapping. The U.S. has been pumping out propaganda left and right.
There's a ton of other satellite companies. There's Korean ones, others. In general, the Russians have satellites. In general, there's not been satellites coming out images, and I don't know why that is.
Yeah, I
I
think
I have a question because this is a very big deal of something that was said. Voice said that America has been popping out propaganda left and right. Can you please give me an example of that?
Uh, One good example is the so-called Ghost of Kiev. I mean, look at God. I'm trying to think of the name of that government or U.S. government official that put out a tweet praising him. The freaking picture was photoshopped. I've seen tons of Photoshop pictures, obvious Photoshop. In fact, I've even seen Photoshops where they put George Floyd's face on a stock picture of a Ukrainian fighter pilot, claiming he was the ghost of Kiev. For
Hmm.
one example, here's another example. The U.S. wants to keep talking about how schools are getting blown up, but they won't talk about how Ukrainian soldiers are hiding in those schools, or the fact that these freaking people who decided to go over to help after what was it called, Volunteer for Ukraine, popped up on Reddit, went over there and started posting selfies of themselves, and the Russians were using that to blow up their targets right
So,
where they were.
so I'm just curious. If I if I if I'm getting you right, you think it is a good thing that Putin invaded Ukraine. Is that true?
I'm going to say that's too early to tell. What I'm going to say is if he forces the Ukraine to recognize the Donetsk People's Republic, Luhansk's People's Republic, and the autonomous region of Crimea, and pulls out, then yes, it would be a good thing because of the fact that that's literally giving these regions who have been oppressed by the Ukrainian government their liberty.
Okay,
But
so
if
I'm
they
going to ask.
stay, but if they stay afterwards and push on, then it's not a good thing.
So I'm going to ask Oh Blue, how can what Voice is saying happen? Um, because it doesn't seem like Ukraine has anything to do with those things to me, but I could be wrong. Can you help me understand?
With Donetsk and Luhansk, I mean, they're part of Ukraine, and they the after Crimea was seized in 2014, um, then all of a sudden insurgencies cropped up. Now this was all after the pro-Russian government was essentially kicked out.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the Maidan, the Euromaidan revolution that occurred. They've now elected Zelensky is the second president who's been elected since then. I think the first one was Petro Poroshenko. Uh, but the former president who wound up having to flee the country he was similar to the president of Belarus. He had kept Ukraine in the Russian orbit. The Ukrainians are, and Mr. Pelu had sent out a link to, I think, who is it, Razib Khan, who wrote an article about the
Yeah,
genetics.
Razib. Yep, the
Okay,
Razib Khan from
yeah, and
the Brown Pundit.
when
Wait,
you
wait,
look
wait,
at
what up, what
that,
up? No, I just want to say Razib Khan from the Brown Pundit. Shout out to the Brown Pundits. We're working with the Brown Pundits collaboration. This is an affiliated project with the Brown Pundits. So shout out Razib Khan. We'll definitely get into his work later on. We were actually going to highlight that work with Razib Khan because even Abhijit in the first episode that we're reviewing right now had mentioned us to read that work by Razib Khan on the genetics of the Russians and Ukrainian people. So shout out Razib Khan and shout out Abhijit. Hope you get well again. And another shout out to the Brown Pundit. Thank you.
okay, so thanks. I read that article, and what it indicates is that the Ukrainians are and most Russians, but not all Russians, but like the overwhelming percentage of Ukrainians are European, and they look to the West. They don't, that's their choice. Um, they did the revolution. This was not Iran with the CIA involved, installing Mohammad Reza Pahlavi as the Shah, and that kind of. No, this was the Ukrainian people that did this, and I'm absolutely convinced of that. They're on their second elected president, and they actually seem to be making some progress, which I think, obviously Russia didn't make any moves to seize Crimea before the Euromaidan revolution. Russia didn't make any movements to seize Donetsk or Luhansk, until after the government was changed from a pro-Russian puppet, essentially, to a more democratic government. So I don't have any supporting evidence to indicate that there was any reason why things needed to become violent in the Donbass. Okay, there's what I do see is I see a one sovereign nation which seized part of another sovereign nation on the flimsy excuse that those people were really Russian. Okay, so regardless, that doesn't justify any invasion, any seizing of territory. That happened very suddenly. It was over very quickly. They say they ran a referendum. As Stalin used to say, it doesn't matter who votes, it matters who counts the votes. Who counted the votes, right? Was there any oversight from anybody else? No. We just have to take their word for it. Yeah, they all chose to be Russian. Still, there wasn't any fighting going on the border between Ukraine and Crimea. That was not a war zone. It was an armed border, but there was no fighting going on until February of this year. As far as Luhansk and Donetsk, that you can make those arguments, but it doesn't justify. To me, it follows, and I taught counterinsurgency, so I know an insurgency when I see one. Because in order to understand counterinsurgency, you'd have to actually understand insurgency. And what I see as a developed insurgency in Luhansk and Donetsk, I see an artificial insurgency is what I see. And, just going by the hallmarks of the activity in that area, this is an externally supported insurgency, much as the Taliban were supported by the Pakistanis. That's what I see when I look at that situation. As far as what does this mean to the rest of the world? Russia is taking advantage of the fact that we would not admit Ukraine into NATO. And so they are not covered by Article 5.
Blue, before you go there, I just want to walk down this path of Russia having the right to invade Ukraine because there are Russian people in Ukraine. Now, I'm a Black woman in America, and my people were brought here not voluntarily. We didn't agree to it. And by the thinking of what I'm hearing from Voice, it means that Africa would have the right to bomb and invade America because of all the mistreatment of the African descendant here. I mean, that's just the thinking I'm getting.
That's some good thinking. That's some good thinking.
Right. I just want Voice to correct me where I'm wrong, because it sounds like he's giving Africa the right to invade America. Is that so?
If we started genociding African descended people here in the U.S., definitely. I'd say the whole world would have
What do you mean started? What do you mean started? That already started. It already started. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about what I'm talking about is sending the military into cities, or literally rounding up African descended people, taking them into a field, shooting them in the head, and literally burying them where they were shot.
Beloved,
that's the accusations that are coming out of Donetsk. And like I'm saying, if they are true, then If that was happening in the U.S., then yes, I'd say
Beloved,
that the African
again,
or
that
that
It
the
has
African
has
already
nation should have
happened
the right
in the
to do that.
U.S.
many
I have a
times
follow-up
over.
question.
It's already happened many times over. Many,
A
many
follow-up.
times over.
Can I ask a question to voice?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so my question would be, in the Donbass, since 2014, there's been a war going on, insurgency, and so forth. How many civilians approximately do you think have died in this? Just can you give us an idea of the scale of what you think has been happening since 2014?
I've got no clue what's actually been happening. I just know the accusations. I've heard accusations that in 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, that literally Ukrainians were going in and literally slaughtering entire communities of ethnic Russians.
So you're saying that before 2014, before the Russian intervention, this was happening?
Yes, originally I was hearing that was Azov Battalion doing this. But like I was saying, since then, I've heard that the government themselves were taking part in it afterwards.
Oh my goodness. Voice, I think you are hurting Mr. He is
And again, like
harmonizing.
I'm saying,
Why
when
you-
those accusations came out, there should have been a UN investigation because that's precisely what the UN is for. The UN should have gone in the moment the first accusation was dropped and
Hey,
investigate.
wait. I'm gonna throw something in to support you. Actually, voice. I do think that is a big slip of these international agencies, and we're giving all these international agencies all these power now, saying, "Oh, they're supposed to have the liberal world order." But where's the liberal order when those complaints were made? And don't be wrong, I don't know the details of those complaints. I don't know the details of the complaints, right? But I've heard those complaints. I've heard those complaints or similar complaints to that. I told you I don't know the details. I'm not trying to pretend I know the details of it, right or wrong, right? But I know in the world these things happen and they go underreported, underinvestigated by the international community. Another big example is the situation of people in the in East Turkestan or Xinjiang in China. They've been oppressed for a century. They've been saying they're in concentration camps, 2 million of them, right? But if and China, of course, China denies this, right? But all China has to do is open itself up. Like how can China deny such a thing and it still have it be a rumor if China could if China was an open place you could just go and see that what people are accusing China of doing is not happening, right? So with all that being said, the international community is supposed to be the ones checking in on these things. So yes, do I think the international community has failed in doing their check-ins? Absolutely. Absolutely, I do feel they failed in doing their check-ins many times. I mean, in my humblest opinion, in my humblest opinion, my humblest analysis of the situation. So when now the geopolitical order or what blues like to call the liberal order, if we see it breaking down, I mean, we should already said it was corrupted to begin with. It was chinks in the armor, and now the new geopolitical order is going to have to reformulate itself. That's why the talk of the town on this matter is the end of globalism. And I don't really think it's the end of
May I ask
globalism, but
you a
I mean, wait, wait,
question?
wait, wait, wait. Yeah,
Well,
I don't think it's the
dude,
end of global.
I just started talking.
No, wait. I don't think it's the end of globalism completely, but I think it's a reforming of the world order with multipolarity and starting to see Abhijit described it last time as not necessarily totally multipolar, but 2.5 with China with little point 0.5 being Russia. But I would think it's multipolar, and I had this conversation with even people like Anam because there's other major powers and other major economies like India. You know what I'm saying? There's other quads happening. Even Europe is operating in a NATO minus U.S. fashion. Even according to Nasser Anna, he could tell you more about that, right? So if you look at it, different poles are happening, and the geopolitical order is reforming. So I mean, Trump. I mean, I said Trump. Putin and Trump did too before. They gave the world a reality check. I mean, Putin was. I mean, Trump was the American Trump card Joker president, the American Trump card, and now this is another Trump card that we're facing right now or another reality check on the political order, because he's showing you that, oh, this is what we're doing right now, and I'm really gonna do that. And unfortunately, we can't be naive about these things. We have to always expect these things and always make the calculation beforehand, so we don't have to have the suffering and the loss of lives now. Naivety is not gonna help us. The only thing that's gonna help us get out of the situation, the geopolitical reality, and real politics. That's what we should ingrain in our thinking. That's what we should come out learning from this, learning from the recent events in Ukraine and Crimea, and constantly, even our little power that we have in our world, be be agents of knowledge and understanding and evaluating. So I'm happy that we're having this type of conversation. So yeah, Stanley, go.
I want
Enjoy
No,
that
it's
to.
too.
not Stanley. No. It's going to be Anna, and he's going to be
I
really
want.
quick, and then it's
I
going
want
to
to.
be
I want to
Stanley.
follow up on Coach Love's question. I'm just gonna say what the Russians are saying in the Donbass. They're claiming many tens of thousands of civilians have died on a much greater scale than what happened in Bosnia and Kosovo before the NATO intervention. That's what they're claiming. But it could also just be the fighting that has been very severe in these two regions since 2014. So my question for you, Voice, is let's look at ADOS in the U.S. versus Ukraine. Similar
Don't you
population?
dare.
No, about the
Don't
same
you
population.
dare come.
Let him finish.
Okay,
This is
we have
three things.
about the same population. Okay, about 13.5 to 14,000 were murdered in 2020. Voice, how many people in Ukraine do you think were dying per year? Just to put it in scale, what you think was going on in the Ukraine against Russians before Putin's intervention? Before
To be
Putin's
honest with
intervention.
you, I have no clue, and that's part of the reason why I'm saying that that the UN should have been in there investigating the first time that freaking claim dropped. Just like the UN should have been in to investigate the US over the mistreatment of ADOS peoples. Just
Okay.
like they should have stepped in any time that the Native Americans made similar claims.
Hey, I want to jump in. I want to make one quick point. Yeah, Malcolm X even was always saying that blacks should take their issue to the UN because it's a human rights issue. So that's actually a position for Malcolm X. Thank you very much.
Okay, Stanley. Okay.
Not sure what I can say, but I'm ashamed of people. Anand, I'm honestly comparing. I'm confused. Where do ADOS come up in a Ukraine conversation? I am thoroughly confused, ashamed, and disappointed.
I think it came up in the idea of Voice saying that Russia had the right to
Well, that's even worse. There was no idea. There's no comparison.
Interesting. Oh, Blue.
Oh, okay. All right. I just had a couple of points. First of all, the first point, the conversation a minute ago about how this is the end of globalism, and that led into the multipolar world that's supposedly this is going to establish. There's a caveat to that. Now, I mean, this is going to affect. I think a combination of events affects where quote unquote globalization goes in the near to midterm. COVID and so on, this is just an exacerbation of the rest of that to cause people to rethink the whole global supply chain concept. But that is as much commercial as it has anything to do with government policy. Although government policy could affect that in various places. And that remains to be seen what the reaction will be. Regardless, in order for there to be a multipolar world resulting from Russia subsuming Ukraine, that's predicated on Russia being successful. And that's something that we haven't talked about. And we just touched on it. The map was up. But the fact is that they're not doing so well. this may not actually go in Russia's direction. As a matter of fact, it's looking kind of tactically on the ground and strategically like it's not working. Their plan isn't working.
So if it
Um,
doesn't go in their
Um,
direction, then what happens? What do you think happens?
well, I mean, that multipolar world becomes a weakened concept. First
Mhm.
of all, I agree with Abhijit. You know, Russia aspiring to be the second pole is farcical. It's China. China has the economic power that Russia will never have. Russia has a GNP that's exceeded by the state of Texas. Um, yeah, 140 million people and a GNP that is comparable to a single large U.S. state. I think it's exceeded by the state of California, actually. So, you know, there's more than one U.S. state that has a bigger gross national product if they were a nation state than Russia has. They're not an economic superpower, and so they're not going to be that second pole, regardless of what Putin's aspirations are.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I think that they're going to come out of this kind of indebted to the Chinese in a way that Putin really didn't want to be. So yeah, I think this may actually strengthen China's case and weaken Russia's case because militarily they're looking more like a paper tiger than they are like a regional superpower, and certainly not a global superpower.
Okay, yeah, okay, so
Um,
yeah, so let me jump in on Blue. Yeah, what I want to add is that I generally agree with your analysis because I do think this is a strategic blunder. I think it is a strategic blunder, but I look at it as a point as a learning because it's still I still look at it as a reality check, even though I do view it as a strategic blunder. Right, I look at it as a reality check. The Putin gave the world that we have to not be naive about these things, right?
uh,
But just because he loses, you know, what I'm saying, I don't think Putin wants to be as powerful as possible. I mean, he knows that it's China. I think he knows that it's China the whole time, but he wants to but he wants to show the world the possibilities of multipolarity. He does because he knows, you know, he needs China to rise to come against America. So, but basically, to make a long story short, um, um, and that's why it's good that we collaborated with the Brown Punters and the Indian community in Abidjan because I think the situation with the with Russia is very similar to the way other powers want to come up, especially like ones like India, because they the same way India was hedging the Soviets against the Chinese, in the same way Russia is trying to make itself as a hedge. Yes, so Russia is sort of making itself as a Chinese pawn, but it could be Russia thinks it could be a good strategic ally and play the game to maximize its influence by making sure the world is as multipolar as possible. Can that still happen? I think it's the reality in a certain way because you don't have to necessarily win to do damage. See, I mean, him doing damage is enough to hurt the whole global world order. Him doing damage was enough. So it's about the damage being able to be done. Unfortunately, we live in a brutal world. He showed how brutal the world really is, and the only way we could rise above it is not be naive about it and plan beforehand and have the proper diplomatic channels where these things don't happen and problems get to blow off steam. Uh, um, 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 and problems get to blow off steam preemptively. That's why things like the United Nations, how Voice was talking about, if they check into things, they could have shut a lot of things down faster if our international institutions lived up to what we need to live up to. But we putting too much faith in our international institutions, and they might not be up for the task as it is, and that's why there might be this reality check coming to us to force us to restructure the way we think geopolitically.
and
So voice,
there's the
wait, wait,
realist
wait, 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 wait,
that we
wait, wait,
love.
wait. Voice, I need you to answer Born's question, and then Oblu will put you up.
Okay, what was the question?
No, it
Born's
was
question.
Voice.
uh, um, yeah, to be honest with you, the U.S. is only getting anti-Russian narrative. However, when it comes to the war, you got to consider Russia Russia's war doctrine, going all the way back to the Soviet Union, has been attrition war. As in, they don't mind losing thousands of troops to gain a target. They don't mind losing half of their air force if they're able to take out their enemy. In fact, they don't care if they're left with 2 soldiers as long as they come out the victor. That's the way they've always waged war. And when they show, oh, they captured a tank, oh, they captured a couple pieces of equipment, Russia doesn't care about a couple pieces of equipment. All that is a little propaganda for the U.S. When Russia goes to war, they will abandon a tank if they can't, or they'll abandon an entire battalion of tanks if they can't get gas to it. Because they don't care. They've got more pumping off their assembly line every hour. They can replace the tanks within a day. They could replace half of their entire ground forces armored divisions within a week or two. That's the way they've always fought, and that's the way they will always fight.
I so totally disagree with you, man, because I mean, that's the way Russia fought in World War II. And they lost 20 million. Okay, now a lot of their losses were actually civilians. But they lost, they bled really, really heavily. But that was also a totalitarian government that was openly totalitarian. And, basically, that was what they did. But right now, and if we look more at the Russian experience in Afghanistan, that war, and this was still the Soviet Union, the war became unpopular in the Soviet Union. And there was a lot of pressure to bring it to a close. Also, Russia doesn't have the reserves that you're talking about. They can't replace those vehicles as quickly as you say they can. They can't afford to buy them at the rate that they would need to in order to build them that quickly, and they're not building them that quickly. They're now having to reinforce by taking equipment from other elements and moving it in that direction, which weakens them elsewhere. Of the total amount of combat power that they have that they can free up and dedicate to Ukraine, they are nearing that capacity right now without weakening themselves severely on another frontier that they still have responsibilities for. And still they're stealing from them a little bit. They don't have that mass that they used to have. Russia is a country of approximately 140 million people now. They're not the 370 million juggernaut that the Soviet Union was. Ukraine being missing from their pocket is also a part of that. There's 45 million people in Ukraine. If you can add those, then you're almost to 200 million, but yeah, 140 million people does not spell horde in the modern world. They're literally outnumbered by NATO if you look at NATO writ large and then compare it to the Soviet Union, to Russia currently, Russia is outgunned and outmanned.
Hey, I have to say one thing when you point that out. I have to say one thing, and that is the consensus of the reason why the people or even Putin's main international push, right? The stopping this NATO expansion into Ukraine. You're telling me a situation where no matter what, they're outnumbered, outgunned, outclassed by NATO, all right? So if they could do that, isn't it an imperative for them to find the best war ground and find the best footing to compete with superior forces? Wait. One thing. I want to say one more thing. I said, don't they need? Because it's very important, right? Because we're talking about geopolitics. Don't they need geography on their side as much as possible? And could that be a part of the explanation why they're moving forward? This is what Putin's saying, and I'm not saying that everything Putin says you should believe it, but listen to what he says, and there might be a kernel of sincerity of intention. I'm not saying you have to agree with intention, but if you look at intention and see why the leader of this nation is moving his military in a certain fashion, you might understand
But
what to do
I'm
about
not
the
talking
situation
about.
more. I
I'm
know,
not
no,
talking
no, no.
about whether he's justified. I'm not talking about his narrative at all. What I'm talking about is the fact that they are not being successful.
I
They're
know,
not
but
succeeding in their mission, and they know they can't afford the human wave tactics that they
that's what
used in
I'm
World War II.
saying. That's the point I'm trying to make. What I'm trying to make is that they know they know they're outgunned. Listen, so they know that gun. So won't they try to go fight and try to get the best ground now when they can because they
My
know they're
point
at a
in comparing
disadvantage?
them, my point in comparing them to NATO was simply to illustrate that they cannot afford to just drown Ukraine in manpower and equipment. You
It's
know, the
why
way that
they
they
I know.
drowned the
want.
Germans.
I'm not saying this. I'm not saying it's a good calculation. I'm just
Mr.
trying to say,
Pelu,
is that a
that's
calculation to?
why the USSR failed.
I know. I'm not saying that he's. I'm
Well,
saying
then,
he's making a
if you
strategic bomb. Listen,
know, then
no.
admit
If
it
I
and
know, there's a
move on.
reason.
Okay,
No. It's the reason why I'm saying it. It's the reason
Oh,
what I'm
for
trying to
goodness
illustrate.
sake. You
I'm
are
trying to illustrate.
really going to fight this fight?
Yes, yeah, Mr. Mushroom. Yeah. So yeah, I'm the one putting this fight together. So the reason why the reason is I'm not saying he's strategically going to win. I'm not saying it was a good move. Matter of fact, this is strategically a terrible mistake. I'm just illustrating his reasoning because we have to put his reasoning out on the table when we're talking about the situation. Because what the leader says,
Who
I mean,
is
stop.
we? Who is we? Okay.
Mr. Pelu, a British Society producer of this program, and my affiliate, Anan. We say that and the brown pundits and everybody and everybody who came to support this program. We say that in analyzing geopolitical situation, there is many factors,
So
and one of the
America,
and wait, and one of the main factors, and one way we illustrated it, and one concept we bought last time was dime, and the I in dime talks about intelligence and information. So we have to understand the information getting put out, and when it's put out on the table, we have a discussion about and about strategies because the information put out is part of the strategy. And if we want to put out the narratives coming from the Russian regime, we have to take into account and put it into our analysis of dime.
okay, I agree with the last part of that for sure. One thing I wanted to touch on real quick. There's a lot of equibulating that goes on. Well, you know, the U.S. did this, the U.S. did that, and in you know, Iraq, Afghanistan, Bosnia, you know, Kosovo, whatever. Okay, but there's a difference. Okay, and the difference is that in each of those cases, there were UN resolutions put in place. And the consultation was sought with the United Nations prior to any activity going on. In this case, Russia simply told the international community that they weren't planning to invade. That's a huge difference. Then they invaded. They didn't go to the UN and say, hey, we've got a grievance. We want, you know, Russia never went to the UN and said, hey, come and investigate these mass graves in Donetsk, if there were ever any. We don't know. So,
Actually,
you know, that
reminds
actually,
me.
they've stepped in 3 times and said to the UN over the years, "Hey, look, please investigate," and the UN never did. Hell, the people of the regions begged the UN to come in and look, and the
okay,
UN never did.
I mean, honestly, I would need to see links on that because I've never seen documentation of that. And I don't remember it coming up in the UN.
Oh,
And I
Blue,
do
address
kind of tend
this.
to keep
Wait,
track of that.
Blue, address this. Ing says, not true, Oh, Blue. Iraq was invaded weeks before the UN sanctioned it. Can you help us with that?
Say that again.
Let's see. Not true, Oh, Blue. Iraq was invaded weeks before the UN sanctioned it. Is that What is your thoughts on that?
I'm not entirely sure of the accuracy of that.
Okay.
So, I mean, if he wants to contend that the UN didn't sanction the invasion until afterwards, I don't know. All I know is that there was plenty of activity that went on before that. There had been UN sanctions, and including U.S. no-fly zones or UN no-fly zones that were enforced in part by the U.S., but also by some other countries. So, and when the United States went into Iraq, it wasn't even alone. There were other countries that were participating. So, it wasn't completely unilateral. It wasn't a surprise to the world. The United States didn't tell the world we're not going to invade Iraq, and then suddenly invade. And they did go to the UN seeking, everything from sanctions to UN weapons inspectors went in, the whole 9 yards. This was a fairly drawn out process. But Russia was telling the world that it wasn't going to invade Ukraine right up until the moment that they did invade Ukraine. They did not go to the UN and seek any kind of sanctions, any kind of oversight, any kind of anything. They simply told them that they weren't going to invade, that was all just hysteria, and then they suddenly invaded. That is different behavior. So when we equivalate, when we say, well, the US did this, no, the US didn't do that. The US never sat on somebody's border swearing the whole time that it was all just an exercise and then suddenly invade them. So the equivalation is it's unseemly. It's not factual, and it's it's one of those things that sounds fine on the surface, but when you dig into a little bit, the logic behind it is it's not logic.
Mm.
It's
Okay.
actually a fallacious argument.
I want to thank you for that, Oblu.
You're welcome.
Annan, you had me put something up here. It's kind of small. I really can't see it. Can you tell me what this is?
UN Security Council Resolution 1441. That's, I think, what Old Blue was referring to, that the UN Security Council passed 15-0 on November 8th, 2002. I'm not that eager to get into this because we're discussing Ukraine, but that's what I think he's referring to.
Okay. Blue, do you know exactly what this is? If I could just get a little bit of specifics.
I think you've got it popped up there on the screen.
Yeah, this is the resolution that was used by George W. Bush and his allies to justify what they did.
Okay, I understand.
What did they do? Did they invade Iraq? Anon?
We're discussing the Ukraine. I just don't want to get into.
My point is that the equivalent
of 2002. How is that relevant?
Because I was talking about
relevant.
Stanley. We were talking about the equivalating that goes on. The whataboutism. Well, the U.S. invaded, so and so the Russians are, it's just the same. It's not the same. And never did the U.S. invade somebody by parking on their border and saying we're just doing exercises, then we're all going to go home, and then suddenly invade. Okay, so all of this whataboutism is a distraction. It's one of those. True. It's one of those rabbit holes that's intended on keeping people from looking at what the real implications of this are for the world going forward.
And putting up a 2002 UN resolution is whataboutism.
So I want to go back to one of the foundational questions that we really need to get to. And I just want a yes or no, and then we'll move on. And I'll call you out one by one. Do you think Russia is winning? Annan, yes or no?
They appear to be gaining more and more territory around E95. The real answer to your question is, how quickly do the NATO countries minus the US help the Ukrainians? Because you know how humans are. We take our time to do things. We
Mm-hmm.
have bureaucracy. We like to chat a lot. We do all this other socializing on the side while we're supposed to be
Mm-hmm.
working. So if we wait a month, then yes, the Russian plan depends on the assistance not being timely to the Ukraine.
I
And there's
see.
some specific weapon sets that the Ukrainians need urgently. I would actually want it. I don't want to just speak. I would rather, because we have two valuable guests. We have Old Blue and we have Voice. I'd like them to speak about what exact military packages the Ukrainians need and what they might get in the next week.
Okay, I'm kind of doing a round table, and Voice is
Sure.
next. So Voice.
To be honest with you, to stand up against an army that's thousands of times their size, they need everything from PMCs, private military companies, to pretty much tactical nukes to be able to say, hey, get the fuck out before we blow you up.
Hmm. Hmm. Oh, Blue. Well, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Pelu.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I can't tell you. I don't know. I really don't know. I think ultimately it was an act of desperation that Russia was doing. I think there might have been a serious miscalculation, but time will tell. I mean, I don't know because I would have to analyze in a big fashion. And getting back to that, I wanted to get back to what I was telling about before about dime. That's going to be that's going to be a theme. That's going to be a theme in analyzing this in this conflict, and that is dime standing for diplomatic, information, military, and economics. So that's how we have to analyze it. So in the whole package, is Russia winning? Time will tell because I don't think we should underestimate Putin as a dime strategist, right? It doesn't mean he's going to win. It doesn't mean the strategy is going to. He could be a big failure, but it's a lot of gears on the table. It's a lot of things that we might not be accounting for. A lot of things we don't know, and that's why I'm quick to tell you about things I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm quick to say what I don't know because it's like I don't know all the stuff, and I don't know, and I don't have the intel that Putin has. I don't have the intel that Biden has. So no matter what, if we're having this conversation is going to be a lot of speculation. But speculation is good because we have to take notice of our of the world we live in. I can't tell you if he's winning or not. You know what I'm saying? He's taking actions. He's bigger and stronger than Ukrainians for the most part. So, but the Ukrainians are fighting back in the home territory. So and the reason I brought that up because I would think that Ukraine would need some more outside support if they're going to win against Russia. I would think so, but then again, they might be able to pull it off without that much outside support. But I would think they would need some supplies, some more, maybe a little bit more manpower. Just like Anna was saying, maybe a little bit, maybe NATO minus US goes in or this and third because it's in Europe. I mean, the Europeans have to take response. Look, the Europeans have been the Western Europeans have been living under U.S. security umbrella for how long? Without them paying, I mean, it's been a talk of the town. I'm a Washingtonian. It's been a talk of the town for forever that the NATO is not paying into their fair share, except for maybe like Greece and Britain, right? They're not paying into their fair share, not doing other things. So now this is forcing NATO to be relevant, even if it's without U.S., even as Europe. The Europeans need to come out of their long peace, the Pax Americana since World War II. It might be over, and they have to get their security down packed in Europe. This might be the Europeans tested to get their security down packed. So you never really know how it might turn because if they get down packed and they support the Ukrainians and everything comes together, they might be able to push out the Russians. I don't know. It's so many different pieces to the puzzle. So if he's winning now, but he's winning now, I'm only gonna say he might be winning now because the opposition hasn't put boots on the ground against him yet and he's overpowering. That's the only reason I might say he's winning now, but that could all change. But then again, I am getting reports of stiff Ukrainian resistance. But I do think Ukraine would need some more. I mean, because I don't think because I think I don't necessarily think he wanted to take over all Ukraine. I think he wanted to force certain concessions. Is it possible that he can get the concessions or some of the concessions that he wants? I think it's possible. It's possible. I'm not saying it's going to happen or not for that, but I think it's possible to get some of the concessions they want. But I think ultimately this was a bad decision strategically in the long run. but I can't say I know better him and Dime thinking because he's pulling with the whole Russian state apparatus behind him, and I'm just a guy talking to you. Thank you.
Oh, Blue, same question.
Okay, the question is, what would be most helpful most quickly? And the direct answer to that question is man pads, which are man portable air defense systems like the Stinger. Also, ATGMs, which are anti-tank guided missiles. The Javelin has been very successful. Now, there's a couple of other systems that have been very successful as well. One is a British system called the NLAW, and it's lighter. It's not a precision guided weapon, but it is a top attack weapon, and it's been very successful against the Russian tanks and vehicles in general. And then also appropriate ammunition. And by appropriate, I mean most of the weapons that the Ukrainians have are Russian weapons. They're not shooting NATO ammunition. So, getting them ammunition that they can actually use. So those are the three keys. As far as, I disagree with Anand. The map that he showed is a Russian map. So there are areas that are marked solid red on there that are not solid red.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree that they're making a lot of progress towards the N95 or the E95. I follow information that's primarily it's open source, but a lot of it is geolocated, so that you can see where fights are happening. And there are fights that are happening well inside what on the map that we looked at earlier are marked as solid red, and places where the Russians have just completely stalled out and have literally started building defensive positions, which is not something that you do on the offense. So they seem to be struggling really, really hard with logistics, and they haven't really established air dominance, which is something that we would have expected. I mean, if that was the United States Air Force, it would have been. I mean, for instance, Iraq had a pretty decent integrated air defense system, and within 24 hours, the United States had established complete air dominance over Iraq. That's not what has happened in Ukraine, and it's actually quite surprising that that hasn't happened. So, but the fact that the Russians are stalled at this point is revealing. I couldn't guarantee that the Russians aren't going to be successful in the long run, but they're struggling a lot in areas that are key to military operations, like logistics. You should never be running out of fuel when you're like halfway through your movement. That just shouldn't be happening.
Hey, Mr. Pelu, don't go next. Don't go next. Voice has a quick question, and then Stanley needs to get in there. Then we're going to go back to you. Okay?
Oh no, good. The reason because it was a direct response to that what Old Blue said is about that because yeah, I hear what you're saying, Old Blue, and the reason I brought this up because shout out to our people who are helping us the brown pundits recently the brown pundits with our friend Razib Khan there was a he interviewed a guy from Bismarck Analytics, and the Bismarck Analytics the gentleman was explaining the differences in the Russian military doctrine. And the Russian military doctrine, he said the Russian military doctrine does not seek to establish air supremacy first and foremost. The first and foremost goal is to deny air supremacy to their adversaries, most notably in the war against NATO. Right, so they wanted to deny air superiority to them, use surface-to-air missiles, you use anti-aircraft, and then also move in the artillery. They said the Russian army is an artillery based army, is an artillery based army, is an artillery based mechanized army, and has a different military doctrine than the Western NATO alliance military doctrine. So that could explain some of the things that you see in Old Blue and the differences in how the Russians are approaching the war and how you think a war should be approached. Only because I know your background is the United States military and the Western NATO military alliance and their way of and their general operability. Thank you very much.
Okay, voice.
Okay, I'm going to say one thing right now. To be honest with you, this doesn't feel like a war of invasion. It feels more like a war to, how can I put this? A war to basically force the Ukraine to sit down at the table and talk. I mean, pure and simple. Russia may not be as big as it was during the Soviet Union days, but Russia, like Mr. Pelu said, they're an artillery and missile-based military. Their big thing is blowing stuff up. That's part of the reason why earlier I called them an attrition-based doctrine. They don't care about the people on the ground. They don't care about the tanks on the ground. They care about blowing stuff up. If this was an invasion, the way the Russians would have, or an invasion to take over, Russia would have just bombed it. Or would literally just freaking destroyed all of the Ukrainian cities and said, "You're mine."
Okay. All right. That is a point there. Thank you, Stanley.
I'm disappointed in all of our warriors here. This war was unnecessary. We should have. I say we. I think the point is it was unnecessary. People aren't chess pieces, and the world is not a chessboard.
Okay. Bing, you had a question.
Yes, please. All blue. Can you hear me?
Oh, Blue. Ing is asking you a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for the service. I was born and raised in West Germany, 2 hours away from a self-shooting fence to the Czech Republic. And quite frankly, when the wall came down and Germany got back their sovereignty, I actually didn't know we didn't have sovereignty. So you were always a liberator in my mind. And I live in North America because of it. Best place on earth. But let me ask you one thing. Do you think democracy has a limit?
What do you mean by that?
That it will go down a way where it doesn't work to make a decision just to get it back. Like the dilemma between Ukraine and Russia. Is there a point where democracy fails?
Is there a point where democracy fails?
Yes.
I mean that's a deep question, but I'm assuming that your head, like, because there's different approaches to asking that question or answering that question. I think that democracy can fail under certain conditions. But there's different types of democracies. I mean, we consider ourselves to live in a democratic nation in the United States, but this is a representative republic,
Yes.
which is a compromise that's made in order for the government to actually be responsive, but without the capacity for mob rule that we saw, like, for instance, in France following their revolution. I mean, they went full like full
They
democracy.
were ahead of their time.
Yeah, well, they weren't just ahead of their time. I mean, what they demonstrated is that a group of people can be led by passion.
Absolutely.
And they wound up killing a lot of people, including the people who initially encouraged them to kill a lot of people, which is funny,
Yes.
But that demonstrates that that there's a great wisdom to the configuration that we've come up with here. We've come up with an enormously robust system. I mean, with all of the turmoil that we've had in the past, few years, we are still remarkably stable. And this is coming from a guy who has been in arguably the least stable place in the world at the time. So
I
I've
get
seen
that.
instability. I know what that looks like. And I know that what we're used to here in the United States is a degree of stability that we notice when the boat rocks just a little bit. It doesn't have to rock that far for people in the United States to become
So
unsettled
you
by
would
it. It
say
doesn't
that
mean the system's going to crash.
that wouldn't happen on U.S. soil?
I'm saying that it's very difficult for those types of things to happen on
But
U.S.
I
soil.
think
I
it
mean,
did happen.
huh?
In
What?
2008, democracy stopped working in the U.S. because
Why do you say that?
one guy who was unelected got a $800 billion blanco check. He was the most powerful man in the world, more powerful than Putin's whole career. And the American people gave him a blanco check
Who is
of
the man?
$800 million
Who
to fix
is
what
this
went down.
person?
The democracy stopped at this point until it was fixed. I get that. And you know what? I'm actually a little bit. There was several Americans I talked to about it, especially in the financial place. And they said, well, we are not really a democracy, we are a republic. But so is Russia, even though it's a third world country money-wise today. But I'm just saying that Hank Paulson in 2008 was more powerful than Putin will be all his life, including invading the Ukraine, which is wrong. It's false. I'm not for it, but there are two sides to it. Sometimes the SHIT hits the fan, and then I think for him, you know what I believe, All Blue, and don't quote me if it doesn't happen. I think that Russia will be an EU country within the next 5 years, and Putin will actually bow out if that happens. Just saying.
So,
That's
Blue,
an interesting thought.
Voice wants to add his thoughts to that question as well.
Democracy has always been somewhat of a failed system because of one thing, a thing called tyranny of the majority. That's why the U.S., when the founding fathers formed it, they formed it as a constitutional republic instead of a pure democracy.
Bullshit.
Because of one thing. Let's take New York, for example. Let's look at the city of New York. 8 million people plus live in the city of New York.
Well, it was founded by the Dutch. Was a few
Yeah, this dude doesn't even
my
know his
point is
fucking
this.
history.
Can I just say one thing, Oh Blue? I'm not coming after you. I'm just. It was my point of view.
It was basically drawn up to where instead of basically, let's take the U.S. as a whole. Instead of, for example, New York, L.A., and San Francisco being able to rule over all of America and have laws passed that would specifically help them and do nothing for anywhere else, the government was originally set up and designed to where, like, for example, New York would have their voice, Ohio would have their voice, North Carolina would have their voice, each and every state would have a voice. And that's basically there to try to keep a tyranny of the majority from happening. Because let's take guns, for example. Going to California. The state of California passed extremely restrictive gun laws. Thanks to the cities of San Francisco and LA, which are highly packed to where everybody just having a gun would be highly dangerous because let's say somebody in an apartment starts opening fire, a bullet could rip through an entire apartment building, hurt God knows who along the way. However, that hurt the farmers who are literally living miles apart from each other, who have to deal with dangerous wild animals that could hurt or kill them if they were caught unaware. Unfortunately, this happened because of the fact that at the state level, a tyranny of the majority can still happen. When
But
instead,
Voice of Free America, can I ask you a question? Mm-hmm. Do you know that there are more people in New York City than in all of Sweden? Maybe they should have a voice, just saying.
Okay,
I'm not saying that New York shouldn't have a voice. All I'm saying is that New York's voice should not be the only voice.
I want to add this to the conversation. This is very important, right? Because this ties into yeah. Well, like salam alaikum. Yes. This point is really important because I talked about it to Old Blue, and I want Anna to talk about it too. The tyranny of majority in the state. It was interesting thing that Old Blue was trying to tell me, and I want Anna, since he's a Californian, to confirm this. He was saying that California has a different type of election system than everybody else. Is that what is always a runoff from the top two people, and the top two people could be in the same party, but they and they have a runoff election after the regular election. So it's a different type of election system than any other state. So is that true, Anna? About the explain to me the California elections
That's
and
true.
runoffs.
True.
Okay, yeah, because no other state does that.
Two Democrats, or two, sometimes not even two Democrats, but like a woke person and let's say liberal, or a woke person and progressive.
Yeah, and so they could be two D's on the ticket, and that'd be the runoff, right?
That's generally all elections, either Democrat or to the left of Democrats.
No. What I'm trying to say is that is it a different party than Democrats who run, or is it both? Are they both say Democrat and it's the top two?
Both Democrats, but let's say somebody is a progressive or a woke person, they'll run formally as a Democrat. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. No, the point.
Two Democrats
I'm saying.
each other, yeah.
I'm trying to say yes. I'm trying to say there's two parties on the same ballot, and the two parties on the same ballot, not in the primary, but in the general election and the runoff to the general election. Yeah. I never heard of that because I mean, in Maryland, DC, and Virginia, I haven't heard of that, and I haven't heard of that. Even in Sierra Leone elections, I haven't heard of something like that. And Sierra Leone has runoffs, but they don't have runoffs of the same party because they're the primary. So I've never heard of that. So I wanted somebody to confirm that because that's interesting. Because I've never heard of that practice being done anywhere else. That's the first time I heard of such an election system.
Yeah, no, it's similar. It's what's called a tolerant single party state, where effectively you have one political party that runs everything, and they tolerate opposition. So I mean, is it impossible for a Republican to win a race in California? No, clearly not. But in many races, you're going to have one Democrat running against another Democrat in the general election. So it functions as a tolerant single party state. Politically, that's how you would define a nation state that behaved the same way.
Yeah. Because where I live, it's a Democratic stronghold, right? Democrat Party stronghold. But when we have our general election, like for example, our primaries is our election because everybody knows once the primaries is whoever the Democrat always wins, and a lot of times the other party just drops out. It's only Democrats. There's only one candidate, but it's not two Democrats. It's like the primary is like the election. So we have a one party dominant state, but it's not. But the electoral system is not going to have two Democrats on the ballot in the general election. So that ballot system, election system, that's different. But there's a lot of places that are strongholds of one party. But I never heard of it being a systematic in America for it to be a systematic ingrained thing in their electoral system. I never thought it would go that far.
Well, and Anand just confirmed it for you. That's the way it works in California.
Okay, gentlemen, I have a question. There are some players that don't seem to be voicing their opinion strong enough for me. So I'm wondering, where is Canada in all of this? Has Canada made their voice heard?
Canada is more supportive of Ukraine than the U.S., but Canada.
And does it make a difference? Does it? Jesus Christ.
Well,
Well, Canada's a NATO member, so
Well,
I mean they're
yes, but
they're
have they made their voice heard? For instance, everybody is hearing the voice of America. Have they made their intentions known? How much, how much they're going to do? Are they willing to sacrifice lives? Are they willing to put boots on the ground? Are they willing to give equipment? What are they willing to do?
Coach Love,
I
now
have
I'm gonna
no
ask you
clue,
the question
to be
that I
honest.
asked Ann in live chat. Do you know the country that's the number one oil importer to the US? More than half comes from one country. What country is that?
Can you explain your question again? Are you asking what country buys the most oil from the
Every
U.S.
every
or sells the
year,
most?
like the US imports oil.
I believe it's Canada, but go ahead.
It is
Venezuela.
no, it is Canada. 51%. Here's the
That's
thing.
right.
Canada is a colony of the US. And I say that with the biggest love to all Americans out there because I rather live in a US colony. And I'm a little bit bitter I didn't get a green card too. But listen, it is
You're mischievous.
Canada. No, they dictate every price. Wood, or like timber, oil, everything. And I can live with it because we are thriving. There's so many fat Canadians. So we're doing good, I'm saying. But Canada is a US colony. When you look at the paper, what's going on? Absolutely. That there is no Canada without the US.
Okay, I want to get back to Coach Love's question. So, yeah, Canada is usually a quieter nation. They historically were very respected for the diplomacy. They historically were very respected for the diplomacy. They operate. They operate in
But
they
we are
operate mainly.
Commonwealth.
Yeah,
Pelu, when
No,
you
wait,
go
hold
into
on.
a city hall, there is a big picture of Queen Elizabeth.
No, I know. I mean, yeah, because the Queen, but I want to say that Canada. You're saying, Coach Love, you're saying Canada. It's a big country geographically, but it actually doesn't have that many people. I think it only has around 30 million people. It's not actually a huge country in population.
Correct.
It's not a huge country in population. So it's not
Yeah.
like it's a big country where it could pull all the. I mean, it doesn't even have enough people for its own size. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have enough
I
people
would
to cover.
answer your
So
How right
And
he
we
is.
time
no.
points
So,
somehow?
If we don't have a growth of 10% immigrants in Canada, we can't keep up with what we're doing. He's absolutely right. To this day, we are a country that lives off the immigrants. To this
So
day.
I really do understand that point. I think I need to make myself clearer. What I'm saying is this world is a very big place. So what are we hearing from Nigeria? What are we hearing from South America? What are we hearing from South Africa?
I wanted to answer your question.
I'm sorry, but
I wanted to
can we
answer
go
your
back to Canada for just
Let's
one
talk
moment
Canada.
when you were asking about their voice. Canada's literally getting ignored right now over the Freedom Convoy. Justin Trudeau just recently visited the capital of the EU, and he was not only ignored by the EU, he was verbally, or well, let me rephrase that, he was smacked down over Twitter and verbally by a representative of Croatia over that. Nobody's listening to Canada right now.
Canada has made hawkish statements. They're sending military equipment and so on. They're sending money. They also have sent forces to Europe and special forces. And if the Europeans ever do anything, the Canadians will be with them.
Yes. And like the Ukraine thing, I went shopping today. Every time I met a cashier, they wanted me to donate to the Ukraine cause. And I did every time just because of you, Coach Love.
Oh, because of me?
Yeah, well, listen, you all love, and you said that's important.
Okay, yes, love is very important.
And the thing is, even if I point out the other side, I'm not saying that Putin is right. What he did is totally wrong, shouldn't have happened. But we have to be a little bit aware of that there are two sides to things.
Exactly.
I'm going to make an assertion. My assertion is this, that the only country that truly wins in this war is China. That's my assertion.
I can agree 100%.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Pakistanis think they're winning. And so do the terrorists, so do the Islamists. They're delighted.
Wait. I'm listening. Say that again. The Pakistanis think they're winning.
I think they
and
think
who
they're
else is
winning from this. And I think that the Islamists, the extreme Al-Qaeda, Daesh, they are delighted this is happening.
No, but say Sunni Islamist. Say Sunni Islamist.
The Sunni Islamists.
Yeah, make sure it's not Istakama. Everybody knows that Allah Istakama takes no part in any of these terrorist activities.
It's not the
Are they winning are they winning on a large scale? Is their country winning? If that makes any sense. So I'm not saying like a faction or a particular group within a country. I'm saying entire population, a country as a whole. I only see China as the real winner. Is there another country? Help me.
I don't think China's winning as much as them because China's economically hurt by this. The whole world is turning anti-Chinese, and that's not good for them. So I don't think so. I mean, it's a complex thing for them. They might be winning from a certain point of view, Coach Love, but it's not as obvious. But for Pakistan, this is a big win, and for the Islamists,
so for Pakistan, you think it's a big win? Can you unpack that for me?
Yes,
well,
please.
Islamism. What is their goal? Extreme Islamism, to take over the world. And now their enemies are fighting each other.
They're still a third world country too. They have less money than Russia.
That's not the way they see it. No, this is a dream come true.
Good for them.
I've got to say, China did artificially inflate their GDP by building all of those ghost cities for a long time. Cities that literally cannot even be used because of the fact that while they built a lot of homes, a lot of apartment buildings, they didn't build any spaces for shops. They didn't build any spaces for bread lines, I guess you could call it. They didn't build any infrastructure into the cities beyond apartments.
But Voice, you know the difference between the Soviet Union and today's communistic China is one thing. The Soviet Union went broke. They had nothing to spend it on. China is, right now, the US owes $1.3 trillion to Japan and about $1.2 trillion to China. Now, the Japanese are losing and it's going down. I think by the end of the year, the most money the US owes is to China because they buy all their funds, like what's it called?
Foreign reserves. China has
Yes.
3.4 trillion of those.
No, but they will be the number one debt being country to the US. They will outrank Japan, who was on top for decades. That's the difference. The Soviet Union didn't have anything to pay for. China does.
Mm. Oh, Blue, what say you?
Oh, I agree. I think China's, well, there's a couple of, I agree that China's coming out of this in a different position, potentially a strengthened position. But I also agree that the rest of the world is now eyeing China and their reaction. And quite frankly, the lack of success that the Russians are having militarily is impacting the Chinese. It's interesting that Chinese state media has embeds journalists with Russian units. So if you watch any of that coverage, because I do look at all kinds of different sources. Al Jazeera is not exactly pro-Western, so but they've been doing reporting from Ukraine. DW, which is West German, is an interesting outlet. France 24 also, but there's also a lot of independent stuff going on, including some vloggers who have been in Ukraine. So if you look around, there's a tremendous amount of information that's available on the type of fighting that's happening and where, and you begin to realize how disjointed the Russian operations really are. They've lost now 6 general officers. I think it's actually 5 generals and an admiral. That's unusual. That's highly unusual. And I think that speaks to the fact that the Russians don't have a good orders process. Russians don't their military culture, they don't trust anyone below a commissioned officer with a map. So therefore, they don't even teach enlisted men how to read maps. An American private starts learning how to read a map in basic training. So, that's a different. The Russians don't have a strong NCO corps. NCOs are not necessary. I mean, they don't really necessarily have any real authority in the Russian army. They tend to depend on informal leadership below the officer level because they may or may not listen to a sergeant. He's basically a highly paid private. So they don't have a professional non-commissioned officer corps. And that is a major failing of the Russian military system. We struggled with that when I was advising the Afghans. Afghans, their military culture, as opposed to Pakistan, like you look at the Pakistani military or the Indian military, and you can see the British military tradition baked into it. The Afghans, you could see the Russian military tradition baked into everything, even the way they marched, which we didn't change. We didn't make them march like Americans. They marched like Afghans, and the Afghan marches like a Russian. And their NCO corps, they really just couldn't wrap their minds around the concept of a non-commissioned officer corps that had any authority. Afghans struggled with delegating authority. And so lower level leaders had a tendency to get paralyzed because they were, decisions were demanded of them that they didn't have the authority to make.
And if I may add, in Afghanistan, a lot has to do with religion, like in so many other places.
Yeah, but that didn't affect their military traditions. It's not that you can't teach Muslims how to fight. You can. They're just people. They're just like everybody else. But
are they Muslims all? Isn't there a tribal religion they have? I heard of it.
There was a religion in the Northeast. Well, not really. It's in the East. It's not. It's kind of the Northeast. Nuristan. had there were still some remnants of Zoroastrianism. That's not a tribal religion. It was actually a full-blown religion. It's just kind of died out, and it hasn't died out completely. There are still Zoroastrians in the world, but for the most part, yeah, they were Muslim, like 99.9% Muslim. Now, Islam in Afghanistan has a different flavor than Islam in, say, Saudi Arabia. The
And they have to, the
it's a
Sunni
deep
and the
subject,
Shia,
but
like even they have to.
but there are Shia that live in Afghanistan. The Hazara are Shia. Most Afghans are Sunnis, but there's an entire ethnic group that is Shia, and there's a scattering of Shia around the country. And Afghanistan has been enormously tolerant of that. Although the Hazara are socially like on the bottom rung, the reason isn't so much religious as it is, that they're just a weak minority, and they just kind of they're just kind of the bottom of the social rung of the major ethnic groups in Afghanistan. So yeah, it boiled down to their Russian military heritage, that they didn't know what to do with an NCO corps. They couldn't wrap their head around it, because a lot of their officers were actually Soviet trained. They'd been taken as young men to the Soviet Union and put through their military education. And so, because at the time that they were young, even before the Soviets invaded, there were relationships with Russia. A lot of, as a matter of fact, the reason that there was a communist party in Afghanistan was because the Russians took so many Afghans into the Soviet Union and sent them to Soviet universities and taught them Marxism. So they came back to Afghanistan, and they're like, you should see what these Marxists can do. I mean, Russia's a modern country. We need to be like them. And so they formed these, the communist parties, and eventually staged a takeover, which then they turned to the Soviet Union and begged for help when the inevitable insurgency occurred, that said, no, we don't want it. And why did that occur immediately and forcefully? Was because they were Muslim, and Marxism is a godless ideology. It depends on the absence of God. It replaces God with the state, and the
It
Muslims
makes
weren't going to
you
tolerate
God,
that.
like the human. Like if you take it upon you, you're God. That's what communism says.
Well, Karl Marx hated religion. He detested religion. He
was
called it the
German.
opiate of the masses. Because it made them docile. He wanted people to be angry and ferocious. You have to be, in order to be a revolutionary, you have to be angry and ferocious and dedicated, and be willing to give your life. Islam teaches that there is a God, whereas Marxism insists that there isn't one. So
I want to, before we go down that path all the way, I want to ask this question actually to Wolf. Welcome to the panel. Fall of
Yeah, sorry I'm
Putin.
late.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Fall of Putin says this. This is all culminating for the Great Reset. I would like you to please answer this question in a financial mindset.
Yeah, of course. So backstory for those who don't know me, I got a double major master's in economics and finance. I studied it, went to school from 2014 to 2021. So basically, it's a conspiracy that people have that there's going to be a great reset due to the collapse of the whole fiat currency system that runs the world. Now, that could be true, because when the gold standard was removed, the US dollar technically, in a sense, took the place for the stability. That's why it is the global currency. If that is to collapse due to inflation or war or anything else, that leaves the door open for another country to come in with the Great Reset, which is what China is trying to do right now with the digital yuan. So it has some truth,
With the
but it
digital
all
what now?
depends. It's called the digital yen or digital yuan, whatever their currency is.
Okay.
The
It's
yawn,
like a
yawn.
cryptocurrency.
The yen is Japanese. The yawn is Chinese.
Okay, yeah,
And
sorry, I had it confused.
the yawn are renminbi. Thank you.
Yeah. So there's some truth to it. but it really is going to depend where we stand, because as long as the US dollar maintains its power, we maintain the global control
How
currency
come the
wise.
euro is stronger than the US? Just
The
run
euro is
that by me.
stronger mainly
It is
due to the impact that it has in that area, and it's also based off how
what
they view our
area? It's
stock
called
market
the world.
reports.
It's global.
It depends how you go, because see, you have international trading, you have
If an
local trading.
American helicopter pilot in Africa takes whoever wants to have the right and the flight to one of those oil rigs out there that are run by Americans, they only get paid in euro.
Yes, that is
Yeah.
true. And to answer your point, the reason is, I'm sorry, go ahead real quick, Blue. I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother. Go ahead.
You
No,
finish your point first.
no. It's your time to give us
So
your
basically, man,
financial
you got to
analyst.
think about it. That's a good point that people bring up. Technically, in terms of buying power, the euro is stronger. But the problem is the US dollar has been the global currency. That's why every country prefers dollars over their own, except for the euros. China holds a lot, Russia holds a lot, Saudi Arabia does. I don't know how much Africa holds, but that's
Russia
why the
is a
US dollar
third
is the
world
main power.
country. I can guarantee you they don't hold euro.
Well, they probably do, but the US dollar is still the Titanic of fiat currencies. That's why it's the global reserve.
So, Wolf, for those people who do not understand, can you please be very specific and give us a definition about fiat currency? What is that exactly?
Fiat currency is paper money. There's a dip, and it's confusing because people confuse the term currency with money. Currency is something that has value backed by something. Money is simply a piece of paper backed by nothing. The only thing the US dollar is backed by was our economy and our military, along with the Federal Reserve, and the basic fact of the FDIC, which allows you to have the insurance on your bank account. The problem is we have lost our manufacturing power, therefore, China took that half. Without the military and the economics, your currency is susceptible to being overtaken by another countries. We
Okay,
still own the military power, but not the economic power.
I want to add one thing. I want to add one thing about fiat before, just because it's important for the conversation. Other thing I want to add is that fiat actually means by demand. It comes from a Latin term,
Well,
and the
yes,
other and
100%.
and the other reason why it's powerful is because it's legal tender in the United States. If they say that's what you
Yes,
have to pay your debts with, and that's the law enforces it,
yes.
that's what you have to pay your debts with. It gives it power because if you need to pay
Hmm.
tax, the legal tender is $1. If you have to pay a debt, your legal tender is $1. You carry the court, the legal tender is $1. So
Well,
basically,
hold
I just
on,
want to
Pedro.
finish
I got
one
to
point. I'm gonna
stop
let
you
you talk.
there.
Yeah.
Technically, there's two states, I believe. It's Wisconsin. I believe in another one. You can actually pay your taxes in Bitcoin now.
I mean that's
Oh,
true.
wow.
On
That's
the
new
dark
development.
net?
No.
Yes,
That's a new development. No, that's a new development.
it is. But I just
No.
wanted to
Wait.
throw that in there.
No. But
I
my
just
point
need
only.
that repeated.
No, yeah.
Yes.
You can do what?
There's two states, I believe. I don't know if the other state ever went through with it fully. I believe it's Wisconsin and another, but don't quote me on that. You can pay your taxes to the federal government in Bitcoin, to the IRS.
Let's ask God for a prayer.
I am literally clutching my pearls.
Can I touch on something real
No,
quick?
but
No. I want to finish my little thing about fiat. Hey, wait. I want to finish my little thing about fiat. So yeah. I mean that's a new development, but I'm trying to say that the fiat, the root of fiat, is law. That's the root of fiat. It's because the state says it's so. That's the root. Now you might say it's
Yes,
also backed by the economy and the faith of the people
yes,
and the military, but its base
yes,
is because the government says it is. That's the base.
yes,
I just want to get that straight for educational purposes on the
yes.
show. Thank you very much.
And
You,
that's
you
why I was
don't
making
even
that
live
point.
in the US. I believe, Wolf. I
Can
It's
believe.
I
like,
touch
I do
on?
live
it's
in the U.S. I
Pelu.
live in D.C. What are you
Pelu, the
talking
reason
about?
I was doing
Oh,
this is
Jesus
simply
Christ. Okay,
this.
come up to Canada. I show you Vancouver.
Like, that's why I was
Oh,
making the
Um,
point, Pelu. Your definition is correct when we're talking about what it is here. The reason I made it that thing is because the currencies of the world are all tied to the dollar. That's why I brought that term about fiat. The US dollar
okay.
is backed globally due to the military and economic power we once had, whereas we don't have the economic power anymore like China does manufacturing wise. We only have the strongest military. That is why we've maintained the power since we lost the manufacturer.
Yeah, and we have the financial systems and the SWIFT. No, the
Correct.
only reason I say fiat, I just want to educate, and I just wanted to add an educational
Yeah,
component to
I
the show.
understand
That's why
you. Yeah, for sure.
I was giving an educational thing about the fiat. That's why I was adding the
Yeah.
educational component. Thank you.
Okay, Voice has been very patient.
Yeah, I'm sorry, voice. Go ahead, man.
Yeah,
Well,
no
has he
problem.
finished his point? Why did
There's
you cut off? Sorry, go ahead, voice.
sorry, but the two things I was wanting to touch on were number one, part of the reason why the euro is or has more value to it than the US dollar is because of the fact that we are artificially inflating our money. The government, all of these bailouts, all of these spending when the government does not even take in enough to spend it is literally what's driving our value down. I mean, pure and simple, we've been needing to scale down our bureaucracy for years. Did you know that we literally cannot fire a government official? Like, let's take a mailman, for example. I'm sure we've all had bad mail people who wouldn't deliver mail to the right place. You'd probably get maybe a neighbor's mail, or a neighbor would be getting your mail all the time. And they're never fired. They're just transferred to a different route. We've been needing.
And they get a bonus too, voice. They get a bonus.
That too. We've literally needed to scale down our bureaucracy for a long time. Then there's also the weaponization of government programs. I mean, let's look at, for example, welfare. Welfare for a long time has literally been a trap. It has been a way to force people into reliance upon the government. I mean, let's look at, for example, well, let me think of a good one. Let's
Well, while
take
you think on that, I want to get I want to
If
get
you
Wolf
move
back
me
in here.
again, I gonna throw up. Just
Yeah, I wasn't fully done either.
I want to get Wolf back in here. I want to
I
get
was
Wolf
gonna
back
say I
in
got
here.
cut off like
actually,
3
voice had a
times.
good point. You know, they had.
But well, no, he was in his flow, and then a couple of comments and questions came in there. They were important to get in at the time,
Yeah.
but I want to get back in there because Wolf, you took my breath away when you said we are paying taxes with Bitcoin. Please
Yes, there's a
resume.
few states where you can pay your taxes, correct? I don't remember the names off the top of my head. Let me look them up real quick.
First time I hear that, I believe him.
My heart skipped a beat. I am overwhelmed, confused, taken back.
Okay, Colorado in March 1st, 2022 became the first U.S. state to accept cryptocurrency tax payments.
Oh my God. You know what? That is breaking news for me. I don't know how that slipped under the radar. I don't know why that wasn't on MSNBC, CNN, Fox News. I don't know why that wasn't everywhere.
Whoa. Just let them pay the taxes, Coach Love. Just.
And the reason for that, Coach Love, is that makes you question too, which gives more power to the theory of the Great Reset. Why is the U.S. government accepting cryptocurrency as payments? Do they not believe in their own currency as much as they once did? You have to ask yourself that.
Or I am asking myself that. I mean,
I'm crushed that I actually agree with him.
I don't know what to say.
That's why Bitcoin is over $40,000 a coin right now. And the US dollar index is very, very shady right now.
I don't even understand what I cannot wrap my mind around the implications of that just because
Well, Coach
it
Love,
feels like an asteroid went into the ocean and just keeps reverberating every time I try to think of the next thing and the next thing and the next thing of what that means.
and Nixon put it best, Coach Love, when he removed the gold standard, that immediately people started betting against the US dollar. As soon as he did that, Forex traders, speculators started betting against the dollar since the 70s. They've been betting against the dollar repeatedly. because they know that this time was coming, because we've been running budget deficits for decades. Without a surplus, we're not making any money. That's why we're in such debt to Japan, China, all these other countries. And when that debt goes unpaid, these countries eventually are going to realize we don't need them as much as they need us.
But then we have the bigger military.
Yes, and the military is what gives us the authority, and without that, we are in some serious fucking trouble.
But you know what? Still the blessed continent to live in.
Can I say one thing? And this touches on both this and an earlier question
Jesus.
by Popo
Voice.
Yamu. Popo had asked, in your opinion, are military personnel always told the true rationale of war? No, they're not. They're not.
And they should not. They should not. It's an instrument for the government to go certain places.
Stanley is ready to buy some Bitcoin now.
If you ask
Stanley's
every
ready to buy
soldier,
some Bitcoin. He says, yeah.
Can you pull this article up that I just posted in the chat? Can you pull it up on the screen?
I sure can. Hold on, please.
But to answer Stanley's question while you're doing that, basically, Stanley, you have to get a
cryptocurrency
exchange.
It's not there.
Oh, it's not there. It's not. Let me post it. You can't see it in the chat.
It's you mean you put it in the chat, not in? Yeah. Put it in the back chat.
Hold on.
Discord.
No. It's in Discord.
Let me do that then. If that's easier for you, let me do that.
Yeah, the private chat back here. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry. There's fucking people tagging me in the chat. I'm trying to catch up on that.
Okay.
No. Don't put it in Discord, Wolf. Put it in the back chat on StreamYard. You see, think of private chat. Go to chat on StreamYard and put it in the back chat.
You're messages from me, Mr.
Pelu, do it real quick.
Are you doing that?
Fuck. I'm on my damn.
Okay, where's the message? Okay.
Discord. You post it real quick.
All right, then. I'll do that.
Because I'm not on my computer right now. I'm on my phone. It's hard for me.
I got it. Thanks, Pelu.
But to answer Stanley's question, Stanley,
do you know where it is,
Coach
Love?
I'm looking.
He put it in your general chat.
Oh, okay.
In Discord.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
It's in the back chat now. I put it in the back chat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's from the Guardian.
Salam alaikum. I love that guy.
I got it. How did I get? Where did Wolf go?
You have to come to Vancouver.
Definitely, I know.
We have one of the nicest mosques in North America, and I'm not.
Sorry, my
server
crashed.
I got you covered. I'm getting it. I'm getting your article together.
All right, but Stanley, to answer you why she's doing that, just go to Coinbase, download Coinbase, or go to their website. That's where you can get Bitcoin. Don't worry about complex stuff because that's a whole different avenue. So just stick with the basics.
I believed him.
Oh yeah.
All right, here we go.
So basically what this is talking about is the governor allowed it to be done at the state level, and there's a petition right now for it to allow it to be done at the federal level, which is the first step because obviously the state is going to approve it before the federal government will. It's basically being tested right now by the states to see how effective it is. And it's most likely going to happen.
I just don't see how this is okay. This is simply not okay with me.
Which part?
For
to pay in Bitcoin?
To pay our taxes in Bitcoin.
Yeah, but you don't have to go to the bank. You probably have even like an app attached to it that they calculate how much you have to pay. It makes it easier. I'm not saying it's right, and I wasn't shocked to hear it, but
it's just that, you know what? The problem is it feels like a foreign currency to me. And so
because it's worldwide. Maybe if you have to open up. I know what you mean. I feel the same way.
It's just that it's weird to me. It seems alarming to me for taxes to be paid in a foreign currency?
It's complex for sure, but they're doing it, and you have to ask yourself, are they doing this because they fear for the U.S. dollar? The budget
Hey,
deficit was $3.5 trillion. How high is it going to go?
hey, I want to add something to what Coach Love just said. But in a lot of third world countries, that's the condition they live because I don't know about paying taxes though, right? But for big purchases in Sierra Leone, most people pay with U.S. dollars, and the money and the transaction doesn't even take place in Sierra Leone. They might have a bank account in England or America somewhere, and it transfer to one bank account in England to another bank account in England, and that's how they pay for the thing. It don't even touch Sierra Leonean hands, and that's how people live. Big purchases, they don't even use Sierra Leonean currency. They don't even use the Leone. They use dollars because Sierra Leone currency is so worthless that they don't even use it for big purchases most of the time. That's how powerful the U.S. is as U.S. reserve currency
Yeah.
because even countries
Mr.
that have their own
Pelu,
currency,
I
they use the
always
dollar
only
as a.
get a,
Fact,
I only get a third what you're saying every time, but I love you, brother.
Coach Love,
Yes, the question
in
is,
fact,
you making
let
my
me
points go.
hold on. Can I get this point in there real quick?
I'm
Everybody
not
in here
making a
knows
point.
Odell Beckham Jr., the NFL player.
No, I got what you said. I understood.
Everybody in here know Odell Beckham Jr., the
Yeah,
NFL
we heard
player.
about him. Yes.
Yeah, he's accepting Bitcoin for his salary.
It's not a foreign currency. Everyone can have it. It's just worldwide, Coach Love.
No, but
Well,
as you were
and on
saying,
top of that, the U.S. is talking about establishing its own. They're calling it FedCoin.
They do. Well, it would make sense. That would be a business move I actually can relate to. Yeah.
I could, except for one thing. Let's look at what Canada just tried to pull with the Freedom Truckers trying to force Bitcoin to shut them down.
I'm just a landed immigrant. Only have a German
To be honest with
citizenship.
you, to be honest with you, this is part of why I'm saying we need to scale down the federal government in the U.S. The federal government was never meant to have this much power. Its design was basically to A, deal with foreign powers, B, mediate between different states, and C, deal with crime or interstate crimes. That's literally all it was supposed to do. Because let's just face it, Ohio cops, for example, can't go into Indiana without Indiana's permission. Like if somebody from Indiana keeps crossing the border into Ohio and robbing banks and coming back, Ohio cops can't go there. And if Indiana says, nope, we're not going to deal with them, then Ohio is supposed to go to the FBI and say, hey, look, this person's crossing the border into our state, robbing us, and taking the money back into Indiana.
Again,
Literally all that the government was supposed to do. Robbing us and taking the money back into Indiana.
well,
I'm crushed that I have to admit voice made sense right now.
but to basically wrap up, I'm sorry. Go ahead, real quick. Go ahead.
I have nothing to say.
No.
Voice, go ahead.
No.
Like, we jumping around way too much. I'm trying to go like
No, Wolf, go. I'm sorry. Okay, Wolf. Yeah, finish what you gotta say.
So
Wolf.
to wrap it up, Coach Love, you got to understand the concept of Bitcoin.
Let Mr. Pelu hand you his. Go ahead, Mr. Pelu.
Yeah, Wolf.
You have to understand, Coach
Wolf,
I
Love,
like him so.
that
Wolf, go.
Bitcoin was created by a guy named Satoshi Nakamoto. He created Bitcoin because of the 2008 stock market crash. When Wall Street got bailed out and the private investors, you, me, the retail people, lost everything, they gambled our money away. So he created Bitcoin as an experiment to see if the federal government could be overthrown and some of the power given back to the people, because they gambled away people's money, trillions of dollars, and they got bailed out for it. So Bitcoin
Everything
was
he
used to
said
counter
is
it.
right. 100%.
So Bitcoin is what now?
Bitcoin is essentially a middle finger to the government. Essentially is what it was designed to be.
Well, but the government learns, Wolf. They said, listen, let them pay their taxes with it. But didn't they even go so far that if you are a weed seller, even if it's illegal, you have to actually,
like,
claim a number you made in the last year and paid tax on it, and then
Yeah.
we won't arrest you? Did that happen? Yes.
Yes. But to answer your question, Coach Love, Bitcoin, you can buy Ferraris with it. You can buy houses. You can go to Starbucks tomorrow and you can pay for your coffee with Bitcoin. I've done it.
Yep.
How much coffee do I get for $100,000 if you they say we don't have any change. We don't have change.
So I don't have a problem with other people accepting Bitcoin as currency. It's just the federal government accepting Bitcoin as currency seems concerning, and I'll tell you why. Mr. Pelu said that in Sierra Leone, they accept the American dollar because their money is not worth anything. And so it leads me to believe that the American dollar will not be worth anything.
Eventually, yes. Because every fiat system eventually fails. No fiat system has ever survived.
Yep. And then on top of that, you get people who play these games when it comes to currency that literally try to collapse. Like, for example, the old Sierra Leone money, the Filipino, oh God, what was it they use again? The peso?
It's something like that. Something like that. Yeah, I think it's like peso pasata or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. It made when Nixon did that, he literally made us not only a ticking time bomb, but a target for people who does stuff like that, like George Soros. I mean, George Soros is still wanted in the Philippines because he tried to collapse the peso and tried to use that to install a new government.
Yeah.
In fact, the Russian government even now is making accusations that George Soros had a hand in it. And even China's officially declared George Soros a global terrorist, according to OSINT updates.
Wow. Wow.
Well, and Coach Love, that's another thing too. Remember, I talked to you about this before. If you look into GATA, which is the Gold Action Trust Association, I believe is what it stands for, the government can also manipulate the price of gold and silver at will. And there's a lot of people that believe that they've sold more gold than they have, which if that is true, then gold could be hyperinflated in value as well, and silver. So why do you think they hate cryptocurrency? Because they can't manipulate it the same way they can fiat currencies and gold and silver.
Very interesting. This has been an amazing journey we've gone on today. And we didn't even really touch the whole idea of this war possibly being religious based. You know, we went down a completely different tactical trajectory, which I'm fine with. I'm just noting that that's another avenue that needs to be explored.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you real quick. And speaking of crypto, I want to give a shout out to the other show we had with the NTF producer Joy Jamison and the power and joy of women in STEM. So check that out on Coach Love's channel, the power and joy of women in STEM with the lovely Joy Jamison, and she's an NTF designer and a woman in STEM. So that was a good show to learn more about the crypto world and the NTF world as part of the crypto world. Check out the video, leave a comment, and she'll be back to do more videos with the team on NTFs and things like that. So we're going to be covering the crypto wave extensively.
Well, hold on, Pelu, you had it backwards. It's an NFT. It's short. It basically
I'm sorry,
means
you're right.
Non-fungible
token. And I'm so sorry. I kept saying NTF instead of NFT. I'm sorry. NFT, everybody. And no. Thanks for correcting me. Thank you. NFT, non-fungible tokens. So check out Joy Jameson and the power and joy of women in STEM and get your education on non-fungible token NFTs in the digital art world and crypto. Thank you very much.
Yeah, can I say one thing going on
Sure.
what you're wanting to touch about with the war being religious based. To be honest with
Yeah.
you, judging by what had happened in Chechnya, I really don't believe that was religious based. I mean, at first the Russians treated Chechnya like it was just a rebel state until the Chechens started freaking slitting the throats of Russian soldiers and filming it and leaving the videos to be found. Look at
Voice,
Chechnya as one example.
voice. Religion is the number one cause of warfare since recorded history.
No,
And
that's
if
changed.
they
over the
slit
last
a
50 years.
Russian soldier's throat, it was because he didn't believe in God. That's religious too. Just saying.
No.
I'm
But you
sorry,
understand, there's been a religious component for a while in this war, right? One of the religious components has been because, okay, even in the Incas, look, for years, there's been a fight in the Orthodox Church between the Russian Orthodox and the Muscovy Patriarch, and about the patriarchs in Kiev and the church in Ukraine, because the church in Ukraine was supposed to be under the church of Muscovy, under Muscovy Patriarch, but the church in Ukraine tried to separate. But the Moscow Patriarchy is saying that their churches need to stay in their territory. So it's a lot of wars, a lot of stuff going on. And then there's also a Ukrainian Catholic church. There's a Catholic church aligned to Rome, but it has it has Orthodox rituals. It was instituted during the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth to have Orthodox featured looking rites, but it seemed Latin to appeal to the Slavic Ukrainian people. So there's a lot of church warfare that's going on behind the scenes also in this war too, that a lot of people don't necessarily talk about. And Putin, for many years, he's been saying that he's going to fight to defend the Orthodox Russian Church and its jurisdiction. He has been saying that. I mean, yes, it might be something he's saying for, as Old Blue was saying, for domestic consumption, but I think that's part of it. Is important for him to raise the morale of the people. Is the relationship they're trying to rebuild with the church, especially after the fall of the communist Soviet Union.
I mean, yes, Putin's been working on trying to rebuild the Russian church. He's been trying to get the Russian people to re-embrace God, but I'm sorry, but to be honest with you, I really do not believe that, much like, for example, the Second Iraq War, this had nothing to do with religion. It had everything to do with either A, money, B, the allegations of genocide of Russian descended people in the Ukraine.
Yes,
B,
but listen to me, voice.
of the Russian people in the Ukraine.
Saddam Hussein could only invade Kuwait by telling them be a good Muslim.
No, I'm talking about the Second War.
Same
when we
thing.
invaded them so that literally Halliburton could go and blow up the oil wells and Baby Bush could freaking dick measure against Daddy.
Do you think that's why?
And I'm saying that as a veteran.
What? Never ever elect a Texan again as a president. I love your voice. Go ahead. Sorry, I broke you.
But like I was saying, not every war has to do with religion. A lot of it has to do
motivated by
dick measuring.
It's motivated,
or just
by
pure and simple power.
Mm.
And to be honest with you, I'd argue that religion is used more as an excuse for war than it is
Makes
the
it
actual
still
cause
religious,
of wars.
even if it's an
more about the
excuse.
power.
Yes.
I mean,
but
let's look at, for example, the Roman Church. Do you know why the Roman Church went so militaristic back during the Dark Ages? It was to gather
because
more
they were
power.
pagans that used what they knew about the Bible back then to hold it against everybody. Constantine
of the fact
was
that they wanted
baptized
power.
on his deathbed. And he's the
Catholic Church
founder of
literally
the
wanted
Roman
power.
Catholic Church.
Before
Just
the
saying.
Dark Ages, the Catholic Church believed in reincarnation. And then a pope decided, hey, I don't like the idea of becoming a freaking serf or a freaking stable boy in my next life. So fuck this. What can I do to replace
Say
that?
fuck this.
Heaven.
Say this in Latin to me. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, you
Take
your
the
voice is
room
so
down.
mischievous. Oh Blue, I'm curious what you have to say on this.
I think we've gone so far down the rabbit hole that we're not talking about Ukraine anymore, Dorothy.
Well, no, the reason why I'm asking this question is because there is a undertone that the war in Ukraine has to do with religious purposes, and if we can't explore it today, we absolutely cannot explore it thoroughly today. We'll be here for another 4 hours, but I think we can explore it, and I think that, well, actually, I know Mr. Pelu can speak to that idea.
I think, well, Mr. Pelu spoke to it, pretty thoroughly, just I mean, in a nutshell, but a fairly thorough nutshell just a few minutes ago. And, I don't have any reason to contend with the facts that he put forward. So, as far as I do think it's one of those internal consumption issues. I don't think I don't think that Putin cares whether the rest of the world gives any credence to that argument or not.
Mhm.
I think that he's appealing to as many Russian cultural interests as he can in order to convince the Russian people, and judging by voice, a few Americans, that the cultural, being culturally Russian gives Russia an excuse to intervene on their behalf in whatever ex-Soviet socialist republic they happen to reside in. And he will continue. He has used that excuse before. He used it in Georgia, and he used it in Chechnya, and he's used it in Ukraine, and he's made noises about that, about the Baltic states. Unfortunately for Mr. Putin, the Baltic states are actually NATO, and so he's done a real good job of not crossing the Article 5 boundary to this point. And I would suggest to you, based on the military experience that they're having, the reality, because I think that Mr. Putin has bought his own press to a degree that he's now up to his neck in something that he might not be able to finish. He was the one that eventually had to make the calculus. There's a reason why he fired a bunch of generals last week. He feels lied to. They told him, yes, sir, we can do it. And it turns out that they can't do it. Not only can they not do it, they can't really adequately describe what they're doing. And so, yeah, he's not happy. So I think that the Baltic states are a lot safer than they were before this happened, but I think that they were relatively safe due to NATO Article 5 prior to this. As far as Ukraine, yeah, the religious aspect, I'm not surprised that Putin would bring it up. Is it real? I don't see any evidence within Ukraine that there was any contention between the Russian Orthodox and the Greek Orthodox or Ukrainian Orthodox
No, there was,
establishment.
there was a lot. It was big news in the world too. It was big news if you followed the religious things. There was because it got so bad because the patriarch in Constantinople got involved in it, and the Constantinople patriarch was supporting the Ukrainian breakaway church, but the Russian was saying it was schismatic. And then I mean, it depends if you follow this type of stuff. Not everybody follows.
And that's fine. That's church patriarchs. Was there any violence? Was there any civil violence in Ukraine over it?
No,
I mean, I've seen both. I've seen
but
both churches standing there. I've seen people in front of Russian Orthodox churches. I've seen Russians who were. I mean, these are people who were born in Russia. I mean, this guy who just came back to Ukraine and he's fighting. He's making Molotov cocktails, and he's saying, "Why am I'm fighting for my home? Ukraine has become my home." He says, "I'm Russian,
Now,
but this is my home."
I got a question for
Don't
everybody.
you think that in Putin's position, that was the last move he had left? Because if he
What do you mean?
made it longer, the decline of the money in the military is is on a steep roll.
And population,
It was the last
Yeah.
time he could show some strength. That's how
and
I
China,
feel about it.
Well,
Well,
and Russia
I-
also has a population problem. I was going to jump that in. They have a population problem. The demographics is bad. The men are drinking themselves to death at young ages and not having enough kids with the women. So
I
you
got
have
a
to add that
question
to
too
all that to account too.
for everybody. I got a question
that's
for everybody. I'm curious what y'all think of this because I had
Can
to sit
you
back and
let
think about
Old
this.
Blue just
Now, I don't
respond to
remember.
me, please, Wolf? Just a second.
I'm sorry. What did you say? You had something to say?
No,
No, he wanted
I said to
Oh,
Old
okay.
Blue.
So my
Old
question
blue.
is this:
Don't
Old
you
Blue, and I'm
see that it was Putin's last move he had left?
I don't think that he was. I don't think it. I mean, look, we all have choices. I mean, we all have choices, and some of those choices are not acceptable. I mean, any of us could choose tomorrow to abandon everything that we have and go live under a bridge. That is actually something we could choose to do. Is it something that we consider to be a choice that we would be making tomorrow? No. Did he have other choices? Was he hurting that badly? No, I don't think so. I think
Yeah,
that he
third
chose a
world
window of
country.
opportunity.
They lose
I think
money.
we see the pattern broken, where for 4 years there was, well, after 2014, there was a lot of activity in the Donbass region, for instance.
That's true.
That activity died down considerably for about 4 years, and then started up again about a year ago.
So
I think
he might have ignited it, like behind the scenes.
I think that he had. I think that this is very calculated. I don't think that it's. I don't think it's something.
Yes.
I think he was waiting for when he thought he could get away with it, and I think that he thought that he could get away with it at this point in time, based on, current, the current situation in the world.
All right. Okay, Wolf.
Thank
No,
you.
okay.
Yeah.
It's turn. It's Wolf turn.
The
Wolf
question
turn.
I have, and because we have to be unbiased, we have to try to call a spade for say. So something came out about those biolabs that it was actually biodefense research and that they had actual stuff in there from the former Soviet Union before it fell. Now, my question is this: why did the woman in Congress, to Marco Rubio, say they were concerned that that Russia would get a hold of those things? Because technically, if it's stuff that Soviet Union had, don't they already know what's in there? And why are we funding that if it's biodefense? What is going on? And I'm just trying to
First
make
of
a case
all,
here, be
my
devil's
question
advocate.
is.
Well, hold on.
My question is, to follow up on that, is what's the source of that information? I mean, I heard what the woman said in Congress, and you apparently weren't on earlier when we actually beat this subject up pretty well towards the beginning of the podcast.
Oh, okay. Wolf, finish. Okay,
So
finish
that's
your
my
point, Wolf.
question: is why did they deny all of it in the beginning? Now they're saying there is biolabs there, but it's biodefense. Why not just tell the truth from the start?
Well, I mean, okay, so when Victoria Nuland said that, okay, and there were a couple of outlets, mass media outlets here in the United States, mostly what would be considered right-wing outlets like Fox, who immediately jumped on it. Okay, well, what is this? What is this? Why? Mostly because they had caught Fauci funding gain-of-function research in China, so this was another way to discredit basically the administration in charge. Although, when this would have started, I don't know. I mean, Ukraine was a puppet state for Russia until 2014 when the Euromaidan revolution happened. So did it just start in the last 8 years? Who started it? But if you do, like I said earlier, if you do a Google search, you'll see that there were press releases by pharmaceutical groups and biotech industry groups who had formed initiatives to reinvigorate or invigorate Ukraine's biotech industry, where they had formed partnerships and they were redoing labs and they were getting them involved in research that was going on in the EU and things like that, testing drugs, testing treatments, stuff like that. Okay. Now, as far as bio defense stuff, I didn't see any of that in there. Would that be open source? I doubt it. But would we be funding, ex-Russian, ex-Soviet labs in Ukraine for what? I mean, why? What would be the purpose? Would be my question. So I wonder.
Yeah.
Look, there's a lot of freaking information that isn't really information, and so I'm like, okay, well, show me that this was going on. Okay, show me that there was something nefarious, and also then explain to me why Putin never brought that up as any of his justifications for invading Ukraine. This is something that came up recently.
Well, hold on. My counter to that would be this. One, if he didn't know, he didn't know. But two, I don't think it's fair either for people to act like it couldn't be a possibility. Why are these labs not being openly investigated would be my question to you. Why do we give them
right
a
now they're
pass?
in the middle of a freaking war zone.
Yeah.
That, and beforehand, I mean, there were press releases by these pharmaceutical groups and biomed groups that said, hey, we're forming this partnership with these, and our objective is to increase Ukraine's, or strengthen Ukraine's biomedical industry. Those news releases, a simple Google search will bring those up.
Yep.
So I mean, now they're talking about,
why is it that YouTube was censoring anybody who said anything about biolabs for a long time, even just something as simple as saying, hey, there's biolabs here. Why are there biolabs here? What are they doing? They're allegedly U.S. based, or at least U.S. funded, so why can't we get any information on it?
The key word there is, okay, so if they're U.S. funded, is that government or is that private industry groups? Because the press releases were from private industry groups, and a lot of them were actually European. I mean, there were some American companies that were involved and things like that. In other words,
put out that information.
But again, why were they censored? Though, is my question.
Dude, they started censoring the word biolab when the whole Wuhan lab leak theory was being suppressed. Okay, so I mean, you want to look for dark motives and conspiracies and everything. For God's sake, man. Look, as part of the military, one thing that is that secrets are goddamn impossible to keep.
Yeah,
you can't tell everybody the secrets because a private will let it loose. So if all of this nefarious crap was going on
for information, I'm asking, why is it that all of this censorship had been dropping for so long when supposedly we had no hand in it?
Again, when did the censorship of the word biolabs start? Did it start when the Ukraine thing happened, or did it start back when they were trying to pin funding, Wuhan gain of function research on Fauci? So when you can answer that question, then you can answer whether or not that censorship has anything to do with Ukraine. And I submit to you that it doesn't. I submit to you that it had to do with American politics and the Wuhan lab being funded with American money to do gain of function research, which had been prohibited in the United States. I submit to you that is why the word biolab was censored. Not because it was in Ukraine and everybody's trying to cover up a bunch of crap. And no, Putin didn't bring up bioweapons or bio anything in his justifications. He said that he wanted to prevent Ukraine from becoming a NATO member. He wanted guarantees that that Ukraine would never be in NATO. That's one of his big things. He wanted independence for Donetsk and Luhansk, and he wanted to keep Crimea. And he wants Ukraine to acknowledge it because they never have. So he wants these things written in perpetuity. He also wanted to bring down the current government in Ukraine and install one like was there in 2013 because he doesn't like what's been going on since 2014. So he never brought up any biological nothing. He didn't bring up biological weapons. He didn't bring up labs. That's something that came up because Victoria Nuland just gave really oafish testimony in front of the U.S. Congress. That's why it came up.
Putin did not appear on Russian media.
It's frustrating.
Holding up paperwork that he claimed came from biolabs.
Okay, who was holding this up? Hold on a second. Who was holding up this information?
Like I
said, who was waving
Putin
this around? Who was?
Putin. But again, like I'm
Exactly.
saying,
You believe Putin.
no,
Do you
I
actually
don't
believe this guy?
Putin.
Then
I'm
why are you
saying-
bringing up shit that he said as some kind of evidence that of something actually
I'm
occurring?
not saying that it's
The man's a
evidence of
liar.
it. I'm saying if he's not saying, if he never claimed that there were U.S. biolabs there, then why did he appear
Not
on
until
Russian
after he
media
invaded.
holding up paperwork that he
When did he
claimed
do that?
to
When
come
did he
from
do that?
Ukraine?
Did he do that before he invaded? Did he do that before he invaded? No,
Hold up
he
for a
did
second, let me
not.
pull up the-
Well, I got to go back to something and correct you on it, Blue. There is no such thing as a privately funded pharmaceutical because in order for that to occur, it has to be done by a rich investor. Therefore, an LLC has to be filed and the stock has to be opened via a private institution.
Look,
So
look.
there is
Go
no
on
such thing
Google.
as private.
Go on Google. Go
Cool,
on
I work in
Google.
finance, brother.
And
You're wrong.
go on Google and look up. Look, you can
Blue,
have
you're wrong, brother.
consortiums of companies. Maybe they formed an LLC. I don't know. What I
So you
saw
made a-
was
you made a
press
fallacy right
releases
there.
about
You're
these
wrong immediately.
consortiums saying we're trying to
wrong immediately.
reinvigorate Ukraine's biomed industry. Okay, so if they
It's
formed
not-
an
you made a
LLC,
point
I don't
wrong,
know.
Blue. They
What?
have to be funded by an LLC, which means a private investor fronts the money. If it's not a private investor, it's government funded. If that is the case, there has to be an open thing called a 13G filing, which is a private investor buys into that company. You lied. You don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't lie to you. Why are you calling me a
Yes, you
liar?
did. You said they're privately funded. There's no such thing as privately funded. There has to be open source. There has to come out and
What I'm
say,
saying is that they weren't governmental groups. I mean, maybe one of them was like a European. What do they call that organization? It's not the European Common Market. It's a European. It's basically an agency of the EU. So maybe there was some EU involvement. Okay. And I'm not denying that there was, that there was no U.S. government funding. I just don't see any proof of it. All I hear is allegations.
you lied.
And I don't see any proof.
You lied. And I'm going to correct you.
No, that's
again.
not a lie.
No,
A lie
I'm
is
gonna
telling
correct
you
you.
something that I know is false. That's lying is telling you something that I knowingly know is false. And you're telling me, you're calling me a liar, and I'm taking offense to it because I did not say anything that I did not believe to be true.
Hold on, Pelu. What are you saying?
I'm just saying we'll just take it easy a little bit. Just take it easy a little bit. It's okay.
Well, but this is the thing I talk about, man. And see, I don't like when somebody attacks somebody else, but then they're not even being fully truthful in what they're talking about. That's
What
the
I'm
part I don't
saying.
understand.
What I'm saying is that there's been a tremendous amount of open source information available out there.
You here.
Go look at it.
I rewinded it to quote you. You said these biolabs are either privately funded or government funded. There is no such thing as private funding without a private investor that has the money to front it. You don't know what you're talking about. You can't just open one. So before you attack other
how do you
people,
know
brother,
that there was
sure,
there were no private organizations?
Show me the LLC. Show me the actual stock filings. Show me the
No,
investor
you show me that there wasn't one. You're the one who's calling me a liar.
You made the claim that there's no private investor needed. You said they're privately funded without actually knowing what you're talking about. That's the point I'm making. If you're gonna come at somebody else, get your facts straight, brother.
Listen, man. What I'm saying is, if you
go
online and you search on that topic, you will find press releases from organizations that were not governmental organizations. So what are they? If they're not government, are they?
Show it to me.
Huh? No, you show me that there wasn't one.
Okay, whoa. A private investor, I think he might just say a private investor might be someone who's non-governmental. So
yes, I'm saying non-governmental.
Non-governmental. That's what he means by private. Just non-government is not a non-state
not the way
actor.
he worded it.
All right, well, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm gonna respectfully disagree. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, well, I respectfully disagree with you calling a man a liar.
Well, if you wouldn't attack other people without having
hey, listen, man,
straight,
expressing an opinion is one thing, but assailing a man's character is a whole different topic.
When you come at
Amen
somebody,
to that.
shutting them down,
do not call me a liar, Mr. Wolf. I did
Shut.
not
No,
say
Wolf. Hey,
anything to
no,
you
no.
that I
Hey,
thought
Wolf,
was
Wolf,
knowingly
please, Wolf, Wolf,
false.
Wolf, man, you're my guy, Wolf. Please, Wolf, please, okay?
Well, I'm trying, but he's not letting me say
I
my
know, but
point.
The only
Wolf,
thing I want to hear
please.
is an apology for calling me a
I'm
liar.
not going to apologize for nothing
Hey,
when you
Okay,
sit
then
there
we
and
got
attack
nothing to
other
talk
people.
about. No, then we
You
Hey,
got
attack
Wolf,
nothing to
other
Wolf,
talk
people
Wolf.
about
without
because
the
you
Hey,
facts.
called
Wolf,
me a
Wolf.
liar. You
Hey,
assailed
Wolf,
my
Wolf.
character,
I'm
and
done
I
with
take
you.
offense.
Hey, Wolf,
Okay,
please, man. You're my brother, Wolf. But I think you do need to relax a little bit, Wolf. You know you're my brother, but please, okay?
Well,
We love you, Wolf. You're a great gentleman.
I
We rock you
understand you,
with you.
Pelu, and again,
And he's your elder. He's your elder too. He's your elder.
he is, but that's the point I was just trying to make. Is I wish people would do their research before they speak on stuff they don't know what they're talking about.
I
Listen, if
know,
you want to
Wolf.
say that something that I said was incorrect and you want to correct it,
Yes.
that's fine. But calling me a liar is out of line.
Well, I called you that because you actually
You
went at
did call
somebody
me that.
else without your facts straight.
No,
Yes.
a lie is not
Yes.
having incorrect facts. A lie is knowing the truth and saying something the opposite
A
of it.
lie is lying and also attacking another man without having your facts straight and then calling him something that he is not about.
So
Okay,
You
so
when
attack
you
that man's
what
character,
do you
but
okay,
don't
so
call
let him
you
Wolf?
run back
insist
to you.
that all of the research must have been government funded.
It
You're
has to
saying that
be, it has to
no
be,
private companies, no
there you
non-governmental
go.
organizations established those labs. That's what you're asserting. Is that
You're not
correct?
letting me finish my point.
I'm
But he's
If
asking you
you
a
asking you, Wolf.
question.
He's asking you a question, Wolf. He's asking you a question, Wolf. He's asking you a
So
question.
let me actually answer the question and give you a little bit of education. How it works is when a corporation opens, whether it's pharmaceutical, private, whatever, a filing has to be made with the government of that country. It's either an LLC or whatever it is in Ukraine. I don't know off the top of my head. I don't live there. Once that happens, a private investor fronts the money. There is no such thing as a private business, private nothing without an investor to front the money because it has to come from somebody with money, whether it be government or a private person. After that is done, a stock form is filed. It tells you where the money's at. If it's an American investor, where's the stock filing? That's what I asked you. You said it was privately funded and you don't know what you're talking about. I work in this shit. I know what I'm talking about, man.
No, but he mean by private. This means non-governmental.
Yes, that's exactly what I meant.
He said private.
How am I
He did
supposed to
not
delineate
clarify what
between
he said.
Yeah,
government
it's almost like
funding?
it's almost like this, Wolf. It's like this, right? Even dollar bill, right? It says what? It says for what? It says usable for all debts, both public and private, right? That's what it says, right? And what it means by that is that when you owe the government money, they take legal tender as your dollar, and if you had to go to court or had a dispute with somebody, or if they had a settlement, legal tender will be the dollar. So what he means by private, it just means that it's not coming from the United States
Well,
or any subsequent body underneath it, like the state of Maryland, the state of Virginia, the District of Columbia, any territory or Indian reservation.
well,
Thank you.
and see, Pelu, this is the confusion I was talking about. This is why I was pressing him so hard. There's two forms of private corporation, private individual. He didn't clarify. He said private. So I asked the question. You didn't answer it, and then you started attacking this man's character, saying that he believes Putin and shit. So all I was doing is showing you don't attack somebody else's character and expect yours not to be criticized the same way. Because when you do that, you're showing me the vibe that you
Oh,
have a
so
big
calling me a
ego.
liar was revenge for me telling somebody that they're basically taking
Well, you
talking
lied in
points
the sense that you did
from
not
Putin
clarify what you
and
were saying.
reiterating them unfiltered without
You
any
left the door
critical
open,
thinking whatsoever, just accepting what Putin says as well. Putin
when
says
but
did
you
I
that.
didn't let him
say that he
finish.
was
You
right?
didn't let him finish. Hold on, E, real
I
quick.
don't care.
You have to let him finish his point. If you're going to attack a man's character, it's going to come back on you, brother.
Oh, okay. No, I get it. No, you're gonna, you took revenge by calling me a liar, dude.
Yeah, because you did lie.
I am still freaking offended. You still have failed to smooth that out, and quite frankly, you know, uh, you are not a very respectful human being whatsoever.
Neither are you.
I
No,
don't
okay,
care.
whoa.
Listen, man, I've been listening to like some completely whacked out stuff coming from that direction. Okay, and it's diversionary. It takes us away from the real conversation about the real aspects of this. And so, quite frankly, do the biolabs because they were not an issue. That wasn't why Putin invaded. There are questions around that. Hopefully, someday we get answers. But
Okay,
is
wait.
that a main
Oh,
issue
blue.
that needs to be
Oh,
explored in order
blue.
to understand this conflict?
Yeah, but you're
No, I
saying
don't
that
think
No,
so.
no.
the
Hey, whoa.
retaliation
Okay,
was
wait.
not made until after the invasion started. When if you
Yeah,
check CNN Business, it literally says Russia resurfaces debunked conspiracy to justify Ukraine invasion. How can a conspiracy, quote unquote, resurface when the allegations are being made the first time after the invasion started?
Don't know, buddy.
I also want to say one more thing. Oh, Blue.
But it's
Wolf
not a
does have a
central
point.
issue.
Wolf does have a point, right? Don't get me wrong. I don't like the way Wolf retaliated, especially against the elder of him. I don't like it. But Wolf has a point.
I just lost all kind of
No,
respect for that man.
no, please. He's a young guy. He's a decent guy, really. Wolf's my little brother. He's a decent guy, really. I'm sorry it's a misunderstanding, Dave, but Wolf's a great guy. But he has a point. He has a point. Oh, but I don't think he handled it correctly. But he has a point because you yourself have to assume if we all here together, we all have to assume that we're coming here in good faith. The Wolf, Wolf, Blue, and I don't think you do that all the time as well too. We all have to assume we're coming here in good faith. And let people make their points and assume that we're in good faith. If we can't operate under the assumption of good faith, these are the breakdowns that would happen. So I encourage all of us to operate and talk to us under the assumption of good faith. Thank you very much.
I actually agree with that, Pelu. Again, I had no real issue until the character was attacked on somebody else, because I don't do that. Like, I try to be nice with people, but once you attack somebody's character, if you're showing egotistical issues, if you're showing anything else, I'm gonna put it back on you.
I'd recommend you stop digging your hole, son.
Son, stop
Seriously.
digging your hole.
No, hey, Wolf, please, Wolf.
Drop your ego and humble yourself, young man.
No. Hey, Wolf, please, Wolf, please. I beg you, Wolf. You my guy, Wolf. Please, I beg you, Wolf.
Well, if he's gonna keep having an ego problem, there's gonna be a problem.
Hey, don't worry about Blue. Hey, do it for me, Wolf. You my brother.
Respect for you. I'm not gonna talk to him. I'm done with him.
Please, do it for me.
I'll wash my hands of him.
Do it for me, Wolf. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I got you, Pelu. And I apologize too, Coach Love, but had that unfolded the way it did, we would have still been having a respectful conversation. So
What was
apologize to everybody else.
Wolf?
Calling me a liar was
Well, when
disrespectful.
you attack another man's character like that, don't expect it to not be called out.
Well, you
Listen,
called
man,
him a
you
liar.
know, don't use anybody else as an excuse for you acting poorly.
Well, I called you that, and I also called you a liar because you spoke on something you didn't know about and claimed it to be true.
That's, you know what?
And then
If
I
I'm
asked you to
Make him a
misinformed,
liar. It makes
that
him
doesn't
wrong.
make me a
That's not
liar.
right.
You lied, bro. You asserted it as if you knew
No,
it.
negative, negatron particle,
Yes.
man. Lying
No,
is
Wolf,
when you
please, Wolf,
when
I'm
you
done with
tell
you.
an
I'll wash my hands
untruth
of you. I'm done with you.
purposefully, and
Hey, Wolf,
you
listen,
you
Wolf.
need to be done with
Okay.
it.
Wipe my hands of you.
I'm sorry. Okay, Wolf. Please, Wolf. Okay. Anyway,
Yes.
well, this is what we're gonna do now. We've been here. This is way longer than we thought we were gonna have. I love everybody here. We're gonna sketch everything out. These are two soldiers, Wolf Marine, Old Blue, Old Soldier. We're gonna hash everything out. I love all y'all for coming out to the show. Thanks for supporting us. Coach Love is still here. I was a producer for the show, and I'm glad y'all came because I didn't know all this was gonna happen. Our friend Abhijit, unfortunately, he had an issue, but Annan tells me that he sent a message saying he's all right. So everybody, pray for Abhijit. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, he was a great guest, and he was gonna come, and we had built a presentation around around Abhijit coming, and we had all these stuff prepared, and everything collapsed. But we came back, and we had this makeup show, and it's been great. It's been great conversating. I mean, you have to understand we all supposed to be friends here. I mean, we here, right? But really, all y'all here because we all have a relationship with each other. You're my guy, Wolf. You're my guy, boys.
Yeah.
I brought you over here. Oh, Blue. I know you from way back. You my guy. You and guy. We brought back. Ing. I met you later through Coach Love, but this is all about personal relationships. Let's all remember that. And remember that we came here in good faith. I don't like how it broke down in the end, but you have to remember why we all here. We're not here to look good or win points or score points. We're all here because we all know each other. We all have respect for each other, and we here to be positive and spread positive life. Have good interactions. Have positive social media. Have a positive platform, and have a positive discourse for our development. So please remember that We're here for we here for good faith and to foster ethical humanitarian discourse. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming out.
Uh,
Much love.
Pelu, real
All
quick.
right,
Can I ask
excellent.
Pelu a question real quick?
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This is what we're going to do. We're on our last words, and so what's going to happen is you're going to be put in this beautiful box, and I want you to leave the audience with your last words. So it's not addressed. It's not addressed to anyone on the panel. It is addressed at the audience. You can tell me your most firm point. You can talk about what you want us to do with this topic in the future, or you can just express your idea. Okay, so that is what's going to happen next. Who would like to go first?
Me.
I'll go first.
Oh my gosh. Ing has his camera on, so camera Trump. There we go.
Old Blue, I hated you the first time you came on Coach Love. I have changed my opinion, and all I want from Wolf is find common ground with Old Blue. Love you, Coach Love.
All right, thank you very much. Wolf is going to be next. Then it's going to be Voice. Then it's going to be O Blue. And I believe Mr. Pelu already said his last words, but let me know if you haven't.
Okay, so just real quick, a question: what is his name? Abu Jad, or how do you say it?
Abujit.
Who is
Abujay.
that? Who is that guy?
Abijay. He was the guy. He was the guy from last time. Abijay.
Oh,
He's
okay.
in,
Is he that
he lives
dude from
in India.
India? Okay.
Yep. He's from
I know
India.
who
Yep.
you're talking about. Just short and sweet. Anybody watching, I don't want you to get the wrong impression of me. I'm not a bad dude. I try to give everybody a chance. I take offense to certain things. And one is when you come in somebody's character a certain type of way. But if I can smooth things out with him, cool. If not, whatever. But as far as
I think that can happen.
But as
Later
far as
on.
everything else, I would just like everybody, I would advise, educate yourself on finance, self-education. Two good books to read, or sorry, one good book to read. Read Rich Dad, Poor Dad. That's a very good book to read for beginners. And my DMs are always open on Discord if you guys have questions. I can't give legal advice, investing advice. Educate yourself on cryptocurrency and be frugal, and just pay attention to your money. And I'll leave it at that.
Excellent. All right. Voice.
Okay, 3 things I'd like to say. Number 1, just because I'm presenting the side, the claims, the allegations that are being made by another side in the conflict that we're literally getting blocked from being able to hear, doesn't mean that I support it or even buy it. I'm literally saying we need to look into all of this, sort out what's real, what's fake, and punish everybody involved in the fakeness and all of the bullshit. Number 2, when did I ever say I believe Putin? I don't believe Putin. I don't believe our government either. I don't believe either side in this. The only thing that I believe in is cold, hard facts. And all I'm saying is we need to find the cold, hard facts before whatever is influencing this, whatever is causing this, drives us into a nuclear world war, and we wind up bombing ourselves back into the goddamn Stone Age. And finally, every government lies. We can't trust a single one. The only government that we can trust is the one that's had 3 days of power. The only ones that do not have blood on their hands are the ones who have had literally 3 days of power. Every government has had blood on its hands. Every government still has blood on its hands, and every government is still going to have blood on its hands and lies on its lips until we force accountability, until we force our politicians to tell the truth to us. Even if that truth is, look, we cannot talk about this now. When we can talk about it, we will tell you. And that's all I've got to say.
You should do a podcast together, boys. Just say.
All right. Oh, Blue.
Okay. Unfortunately, we didn't get to delve deeper into what Abhijit had to offer because
Don't be too offended by Wolf.
I think that the conversation that we had started with the first podcast was a really awesome discussion. Abhijit brought a lot to the table, and we didn't get diverted down a bunch of rabbit holes. There were some nice little sides that it were illustrative, I think. But I look forward to pursuing that a little bit further when Abhijit feels better. I'll look forward to that. I was really impressed with what he brought to the table. He added perceptions that basically only Omar tonight was able to bring, even for just a brief time, of bringing in the Asian perspective, and that I think there's a lot of value to that, because we can't simulate how somebody else perceives the world from where they stand on the globe. So I'm looking forward to having him back. I think we did touch on a couple of some issues that are real. And also, though, I think we touched on a lot of topics that are diversionary. And diversionary means that it takes you away from the conversation that is the most productive. When we start down avenues of topics that are not core issues in the conflict, then and when we engage in whataboutism is literally, questioning our own reasonableness in like our to even have the right to have a conversation. It's saying, you can't speak critically about any event because you don't deserve to, because you've offended in this way or on this occasion. So those things divert away from being able to have a logical conversation about the events at hand. So I think that the Russians are not being as successful as they thought that they would be. I think the world is actually taken aback by how unsuccessful they've been, that the Ukrainians have held on for this long, and exploring the reasons for that might help some people to understand what they're seeing in the world, why this is dragging on and why it's likely to drag on for quite a while longer. And then how, what to expect after that. I think a lot of people are concerned, what's Putin's next move if he does take Ukraine? Then what's next? Is he done? Or is this like the Sudetenland? It's just a taste of what is yet to come. And I think those are reasonable questions for people to have. I think that people are concerned that this will go further, will get further out of hand. I've heard at least one of the folks tonight bring up the concept of nuclear weapons. I think that I think we'd all love to understand what Putin really has in mind and what his end goals really are, because they're probably not what he has stated. And that's one thing that we've learned, when he said, well, we're not going to invade, then he did invade. Okay. Then he says, well, these are our objectives. Do we know that his objectives are really those things? So I think that.
One thing.
Yes.
The Ukraine doesn't have nuclear weapons anymore because they actually gave them to Russia when the Soviet
Right,
Union.
and they did that in return for a guarantee of their sovereignty, which has been violated now by one of the signatories of that agreement. So, I think there's a lot that can be discussed about this. Like, we see basically liberalism in international relations. Not this isn't like domestic politics, liberal versus conservative. Liberalism as it is applied to international relations means like someone who strongly believes in international rules and norms and international cooperation in bodies like the UN and its organs, right? And things like the European Union and that believe a lot in diplomacy and things like that. And we also and then contending against realism, which is basically views things as power relationships. And we see that reflected on the panel tonight, those extremes. We've actually seen that illustrated in the world, the way that people view international relations. That's why I kind of made the comment when Pelu said something. I said, and there's the realist, because he very much, he looks at things in the realpolitik, right? And he actually spoke against the institutionalist view while he was speaking, and that it was illustrative. It shows that these are the different ways that people look at international relations, and we see it illustrated. And that's a conversation that is, because there are some people, like when you talk about the end of globalism, what they're talking about pertains directly to that conversation between realists and liberals when it comes to international relations. And that would be that's kind of an interesting area to plumb, because World War II killed international liberalism for like 40-50 years. Realism and neorealism basically held sway, and also, as I mentioned before on the earlier podcast, has led us to make decisions like toppling the government of Iran and installing the Shah, the second and third order effects of which we are still living with. And like just in the past week, there's been news coming out of Iran because of talks about nuclear, programs there. And would we be dealing with that had we not toppled the government of Iran and installed the Shah? And what drove us to do that? It was anti-Soviet realism that drove us to do that.
Okay, so we got it,
Yep.
Blue. We got to wrap it up, Blue. Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Blue. Thanks for coming back for this show. Thanks for taking the invite again. My final word is check me out. Hashtag Mr. Pelu, capital M-R, and then Pelu, P-E-L-U, capital P. Hashtag Brain Society. With capital B and capital S. They all should be in the description. All the hashtags should be in the description. Hashtag Brain Society. Hashtag Fact Chamber. Hashtag Thrive 5. Hashtag Brown Pundits for stopping through. Shout out Mr. Omar. Shout out everybody in Brown Pundits. Mr. Omar Lee. Shout out Anan. Hashtag Epic Understanding. Hashtag all the hashtags. Go look at our hashtags. Keep up with our work. Thanks everybody for coming out. I'm Peter Thomas, Brain Society Productions, producer of this program. Thank you.
Okay. Wow. Wow, everybody. Look, there is still meat on the bone. There is still stuff left on the table to talk about. I honestly think this panel could go on a little bit longer, but I think Mr. Pelu is going to fall off of his chair. It's about 1:30 a.m. where he
I'm
is.
gonna have to adopt him, Coach Love.
Maybe so. Maybe so. But I got to tell you, it's been a great night. I thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you, Old Blue. You have been magnificent. Thank you, Voice.
Amen.
I really appreciate you sharing your perspective. Thank you, Ing, because you came up and you brought your European German mindset. Thank you, Mr. Pelu, for coming up and being a producer of this. Thank you, Annan. You have been great with creating these bridges and connections with Brown pundits and Brilliant Society. Thank you, chat. Oh my God, you guys have been magnificent. Omar from Brown Pundits, thank you for hanging out with us. Stanley, thank you for giving us your perspective. Wolf, your thought process on the money issue, the finance issue. I think you dropped the bomb of the evening, the thing that I wasn't expecting. Paying your taxes with Bitcoin. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, if you learned nothing else, you learned that. And I just want to highlight this particular issue. It is true, we went down some deep paths and we got into the bushes. But the type of conversation we had here is really good and healthy because there are those ideas out there, and it's important for them to be brought forth towards experts who can challenge those particular ideas. And so that's really, really important. I don't feel bad at all that we um, brought up some ideas that are a little far fetched. Quite honestly, I'm very happy about it because people think these ideas and they're important to talk about. And where else do these ideas get to be presented to experts? So all I can do is say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, and bye bye for now.